Order, Fairfield Zoning Board of Appeals, April 7, 2022. We have some preliminary items on our agenda executive session. The first is approval of the minutes from March 3, 2022. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
9 seconds.
Thank you, Terry. Any discussion? All right, let's not test our audio, so let's just raise a hand if you're in favor so I can see it. All right, all in favor? That passes. The second, approval of secretary's fees. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Harold seconded. I saw his hand go up.
All right.
Discussion?
Can you hear me as well?
Yes, we can. Any
Thank you.
discussion? All right, hearing none, bring it to a vote. We can raise our hands in favor. All right, all in favor, all five. That motion passes. We'll be reconvening our working session after completion of the public hearing. At this time, I just want to, as people have joined, there's been several matters that have been continued or withdrawn. On our continued docket number 7, 250 Pequot Avenue has been continued. On our continued docket number 3, 1386 Hillside Road has been continued. On our continued docket number 8, 95 Old Post Road has been continued. On our general docket, number 7, 257 Reef Road has been withdrawn. Number 9, 1555 Fairfield Beach Road has been continued. No business on any of those items. And now I'll call to order. Town of Fairfield Zoning Board of Appeals, April 7, 2022. It's very important, everyone, to make sure you stay muted until I've invited you to speak. How it's going to go, basically, I'm going to do the call, the official call in a moment, but basically just for your information, I'm going to have the applicant or his or her agent present first. Then I will ask if there's anyone that has a position, whether you're in favor or against it. At that point, I do know I have a record of some of the people that have submitted stuff, and I will go over those people for each application, and therefore, they can speak, but I want to find out if there's anyone else aside from people that have not submitted something. So what I need you to do is to give me your name and indicate whether you are in favor or opposed to that application, and I will take you in the proper order. Zoning Board of Appeals meeting is now coming to order. When a matter is called, I'm going to invite the applicant or his or her agent to present their case. The board has received information online for your applications. If you do want to share something and you have the capability to do a screen share, you're welcome to do that at any time during your presentation. After the applicant's presentation, like I just said, I will invite anyone who's interested in that particular application to speak. I first take all those in favor of the application, and then I take those opposed to the application. If there is any opposition to a particular application, I will then allow the applicant or his or her agent to address those comments in opposition. A word to the applicant or his or her agent: it's not a time to restate your entire application. It is a time to address and rebut the comments that were made in opposition to the application you're seeking for us to grant. The meeting is being taped, and that's required by state law. So it's important that we be able to understand the tape. We can't talk over one another. I will do my best to give plenty of time to allow people to make sure they're heard. So please be patient with me, and I will be patient with you. Please don't speak over anyone. Anyone that does speak, I would like you to give your name and your address, and then state your position. If you're too far off the point, anyone, whether it's the applicant, the in favor, the opposition, I reserve my right as chairman to restrict your comments at any time. Applicants and interested people can remain in attendance. We have, some things that dropped from this, but even with the stuff that's there, it might be a little bit longer of a meeting. So we might take a little break in between the public hearing and the time when the board votes. At that time, there are 5 voting members on each application. For your application to be granted, whether you're seeking a variance or in this, we have one seeking a reversal of a zoning officer action. You need a supermajority for that to be granted. You need 4-1 in your favor. A simple majority does not cut it in that particular situation. If an application for waiver is granted, the waiver won't be valid until it's recorded on the land records. So you must bring or send a check in the amount of $60 made payable to the town of Fairfield and send it or bring it to zoning office Wednesday or later following the meeting, which allows for proper recording of the notice and filing. If you cannot stay after we end the public hearing, that is fine. You just call the zoning office tomorrow to find out what happened. However, I've been doing this a long time. I think it's very beneficial to anyone who's interested in a particular matter to hear what our discussion is, and shed some light on why we're deciding the way we are. Any waiver involving construction, whether it's a new dwelling, addition, or alteration, requires an as-built prior to issuance of a certificate of zoning compliance and a certificate of occupancy. So I'm going to take the first matter. Mr. Decker, I don't see Attorney Green.
He's on the list, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, there is
He
Attorney
is,
Green. Okay.
yep.
All right.
There he is.
All right. Great. Continued docket number 9, 1088 Harbor Road, map 241, parcel 149. Petition of 1100 Harbor Road LLC to reverse and modify the decision of the zoning enforcement officer regarding a zoning compliance stamp on an application to the Historic District Commission and issuance of zoning compliance, premises R3 zone. Attorney Green, I just have a question before you start. There were 2 actual appeals that were filed, the December 3, 2021 and December 30, 2021. Very overlapping related issues. Are you going forward with both? It seems that.
Yes, we would intend to go forward with both appeals this time.
Okay.
And they are largely overlapping. The only issue that would be different between them, well, there are a number of issues. Yes, we are proceeding.
So please, when you're making your comments, please refer to the 2 different applications. They have different times as to action by the zoning office and HDC. Not that
Sure.
that's relevant, but the zoning office.
Understood.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Yes, for the record, my name is Joel Green. I practice law in Bridgeport with the law offices of Green and Gross. It's my pleasure to appear before you this afternoon on behalf of 1100 Harbor Road LLC, who is the owner of the property at 1100 Harbor Road, which abuts to the west the property at 1088 Harbor Road. That is the subject of 2 appeals. Initially, I'd like to call the board's attention to both the original appeal documents, and there are 2 of them. One of them was filed on December 3rd, 2021, and the other one was filed on December 30, 2021. And they are 2 separate appeals. There is a submission, and I want to be sure that the board has my letter to Chairman Coyne in the commission dated March 1, 2022, and that you've each received copies of that. In addition, there are a series of exhibits, 33 in all, that were attached to that letter. And through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to assure that the entire board has received those materials and had ample opportunity to review them.
Yes, I've received and reviewed. I'm sure the board has as well. They received them well in advance. So.
All right. And in addition, there were 2 exhibits that I submitted today, and they are simply a stipulation and an order by the court. And the stipulation was a stipulation by and between 1100 Harbor Road LLC and the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the Historic District Commission. And that relates to an appeal in the Superior Court where it was determined that the first historic district application, which relates to the appeal before you, which I'll call appeal number 1, December 3rd, 2021 appeal. The appeal to the Historic District Commission was dismissed because it was determined by stipulation that the Historic District Commission vote on the initial application for a certificate of appropriateness was void and void ab initio, of no legal effect. Therefore, the appeal was moot. And so in essence, the Historic District Commission and my client agreed that the action by the Historic District Commission on the first appeal was void and of no effect at all. So I just want to note that those items in the record. Now, as you're familiar with my March 1 letter, then you have the substance of our argument on both of these appeals before you. However, there are a few areas that I just want to highlight for the board as part of this appeal. So once again, there are 2 appeals here. The first one was filed on December 3rd, 2021. That is an appeal of an endorsement by the zoning enforcement officer, by Mr. Decker, on a site plan that the site plan was zoning compliant, and Mr. Decker added to that zoning compliant for historic district purposes. So that appeal, that endorsement was made on November 4th of 2021. The appeal was filed on December 3rd, 2021. And within the sort of what I'll call the sort of first standard for appeals pursuant to the Connecticut General Statutes, that is within 30 days of the act. And certainly this is, was filed within 29 days of the action by Mr. Decker. And so there's that appeal. Now, the second appeal was filed on December 30. It relates to a number of items, but the first item, and primarily initially for purposes of this board, the December 30 appeal is an appeal of, first and foremost, the September 21 endorsement of the site plan by Mr. Decker. Again, that it is zoning compliant for historic district purposes. Now, as the commission may note, that was some 60 days, some almost 90 days after the endorsement. And I want to just discuss that briefly. And it also relates to a certificate of zoning compliance and a building permit, which were also endorsed. Now, the commission might say, well, that 90-day filing is far outside of the 30 days for which you can take an appeal from an action by the official charged with enforcement of the zoning regulations. But the law doesn't end there. The law sets dates where it says that if your town or your municipality doesn't have a formal notice procedure, and in Fairfield, we don't have a formal notice procedure for certificates of zoning compliance and for zoning compliances, then you have 30 days from either the date when the act was committed or 30 days from when you had actual or constructive notice of the issuance of or of the action by the zoning official. And in this case, the actual work on the site next to my client's property did not begin until December 9th. Therefore, that was well within the 30 days, but let me go one step further. On December 3rd of 2021, when we went to file the first appeal, at the time, Linda Lasky from my office, and she's one of my colleagues, she's an attorney here, went to file the appeal. She was at that time informed by Mr. Wendt and by Mr. Decker that, in fact, that another endorsement had occurred, the endorsement on September 21. That was the first time that our office or our client had any inkling or notice of the initial endorsement by Mr. Decker on September 21 of the site plan. Now, we had actually, and I had personally made inquiry on several occasions at the zoning counter to see if there were any files involving this matter. And I was informed that there was no file and that there was nothing for me to see. And as I understand it, the commission does not retain that site plan that was endorsed. So we had actually made inquiry before. Now, I note in reviewing Mr. Wentz's statement that he has submitted to the commission, and I think in both of the statements, he makes reference to the fact that there had been a pending proceeding before the Historic District Commission. Now, in order to go to the Historic District Commission, there are several requirements that they have. You file an application, and there are other documents you have to file with that application, and that includes a site plan that has been stamped for zoning compliance by the Planning and Zoning Commission. In fact, I had made inquiry several times of the Historic District Commission to see if there was such an endorsement. And in each instance, and as you saw in my statement, I was told our files and the application pertaining to this are available online. So I reviewed the online application carefully, and in fact, the site plan that we are appealing was omitted from the HDC record online. It was not included. And it was only after we learned of this that I I reached out to the chair of the Historic District Commission, and he assured me again that everything that they had was available online. And out of prudence, after December 3rd, I said, I've got to take a look at your files. Can I see your paper file? And the interesting thing is in Fairfield, there is actually, under the Freedom of Information Act, all public boards, bodies, and commissions are required to have their files available for public inspection. And unfortunately, at present, our Historic District Commission does not. And in fact, as I understand it, archived files are kept in a closet in Old Town Hall, and present files are maintained by the chairman at his home office. So there is no counter to go to, for example, to look at their files. So I ended up making special arrangements with the chair, and he left the file at the town hall with the building department, and I went to the building department, and I was then able to see that there was this error in that the online documents did not include the site plan, but there was actually a stamped endorsed site plan in the HDC file. So it's our claim that our appeal was within 30 days of our actual knowledge of the existence of the site plan, and that we had no basis, and despite, I think, good inquiry, in that I made inquiry several times at zoning, and I had made inquiry of the Historic District Commission, and I had reviewed the online files carefully. But certainly when we had knowledge of this, we took the second appeal within 30 days. So I just want to address that. And that is also, as you can see in the exhibits, and in support of that, I included the emails that I had with Mr. Cliver, and you can see the inquiries I made and the arrangements I made to view the files. And I guess I should be more precise. After December 3rd, I saw the file in the initial Historic District application, to be more precise. But again, I've covered that in my March 1 letter. The next thing that I want to bring to the board's attention is that there are no building plans available at the zoning department or at the building department that describe the building that is being, or the renovation of the garage, meaning there is a site plan that shows, and that I know you have copies of both site plans that have been endorsed, but in fact, there are no building plans or elevations that show the, that depict the height of the floors, the height of the structure, and detail on the height of accessory structures and the like. And while the site plan makes certain representations in the upper right-hand corner of the site plan, there is that zoning grid that has sort of some of the details on setback, height, coverage, and the like. There are no detailed plans that show the floors of the building, the actual heights of the floors of the building, the heights of the garage, and so forth. And we've made inquiry several times, and in fact, as recently as a couple of hours ago, my colleague Linda Lasky made inquiry at both the zoning department and at the building department, and there still aren't any building elevation plans. And obviously, it is our position that those documents are necessary in order to assure the zoning compliance of the plan. Also, I would note that the certificate of zoning compliance that we are appealing similarly was not accompanied by elevations or building plans depicting the height of the structure. So this applies to sort of all of the documents, all of the items that we're appealing. It would be our position that there is insufficient documentation from which it could be found, based on the applicable regulations, that there was compliance with the zoning regulations. And the only thing that the commission, I'm sorry, that the zoning official had were sort of what I will call two-dimensional drawings consisting of the site plan. So as I've indicated, my client is the owner of the abutting property, and I think on that basis, at this point, and once again, based upon the fact that the argument is largely submitted in the March 1 document, I'll also obviously incorporate by reference our zoning regulations. And with that, I am going to rest on the appeal and submit it based on the comments that I've made and based upon the documents as submitted.
Thank you, Attorney Green. Does the board have any questions for Attorney Green? Yes, go ahead, Jane.
Okay. Did you go across the hall to the building department and ask to see the building permit?
Yes.
And did they show it to you?
Yes.
And did it have architectural drawings attached to it?
No, it did not. And in fact, the building permit, in everything I got on the building permit, is submitted as Exhibit 8 is the building permit dated October 22nd, 2021. And you have in your possession everything that was provided as Exhibit 8, which is the building permit, and there are no building plans with the building permit.
Was there a building permit at the job site? Like, you know, how you're supposed to display it?
I don't know that.
Okay. Okay, that's my question.
Any other questions?
I can actually make inquiry of my client if you'd like on that question, but we are not. I can tell you that my client was unaware. No, the answer is my client did not see a building permit because he was totally unaware that the project itself, anything happening physically on the site, or that a building permit was issued until after December 3rd. actually after December 9th.
All right, any other questions? Go ahead, Jane.
All right, when you say the work started on December 9th, what was that? Like an excavator, or like what was
Correct.
that? Was
Correct.
viewed? An excavator?
Construction, yeah, and I believe the garage was there was an existing one-car garage up against the property line, and I
Yeah.
believe on December 9th, the demolition of the garage was that's my recollection. Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay.
wait, I'm not done. So was there a demo permit and a building permit?
I'm not aware of a demolition permit. And the demolition permit, I suppose I wouldn't be involved with that because that didn't involve any action by any endorsement by the zoning official. So we didn't get into that.
Okay.
Any other
I
questions?
think those are my questions for now.
Right.
Thank you.
Attorney Green, I have a couple questions. I'm looking at the appeals, the December 3, and the paperwork that's included in that, which I had reviewed and then you added, refers to two actions by the zoning officer, September 2/1, 21 and October 15, 21. But you said today that
Please. Okay.
the December 3, 2021 application relates to a November 4 action.
Correct. The December 3rd appeal relates to the November 4th action.
Okay, because I have the packet and it's the opposite.
To hear me, I'm just listening.
So are you, which appeal are you looking at?
I'm looking at both. I have the appeal and your write-up, and it says September 2/1 for December 3 and October 15, 2/1 in that application. And then when I look at the 12/30 application, it refers to November 4 action. I know you combined your March 1 to both of them, but the applications that came in to the zoning office, as were submitted to me, have it opposite of what you just said today.
I think that, just give me a moment. I'm looking at our December 3rd appeal, and it makes reference to appealing. This is dated December, it was signed on December 2nd. And it's attached as an exhibit also to my letter. And it indicates that 1100 Harbor Road hereby appeals the decision of the zoning enforcement officer to endorse as approved for zoning compliance on November 4, 2021, a site plan entitled Data Accumulation Plan. So that's the December 3rd appeal. And then I'm looking at the appeal that was filed on December 30, 2021, and it makes reference to that 1100 Harbor Road appeals the decision to endorse as approved for zoning compliance for historical review only on September 21, a site plan entitled. So I'm not sure what the chair is referring to.
Well, I'm referring to the appeals that I received before it first came up, and I received one when it initially came up, and that was number 9. Then I received the second one because it was continued.
So as far as I know, so the document you're looking at,
The copy of the appeal that was submitted by your partner. And there's
so
two.
I would refer to, first of all, you'll just bear with me for one moment. Exhibit 28 to my letter to you of December 1,
March 1.
March 1, yeah. Thank you. I'm sort of at a loss here, Mr. Chairman, because I'm looking at the two appeals and they seem to be in order.
That's what I received. What about, doesn't your client know that before you can go to the HDC, you need to have a sign off by the zoning
Yes.
office?
100%.
And didn't your client know that there was an HDC hearing?
My client, yes, and that's in Mr. Went's response. And my client called me and said, this is on the HDC docket. And I promptly checked, I emailed, as you've seen in the exhibits, I emailed the Historic District Commission because I wanted to see their file to see if there was an endorsement. And I was informed by Mr. Cliver that the file was available online. And I reviewed the online file. So I concluded that there was a defect in the application because I was assured by the chairman of the commission that all of the documents that had been filed with the HDC were online. And I relied on the online file, and he directed me there to view the file, which I did. And I was prepared to make a presentation before the Historic District Commission that the application was defective. And when I went to the HDC hearing on October 18th to air my grievances and to say that the application was defective, I was not allowed to present. And as a result of that, I took an appeal of the HDC ruling granting the certificate of appropriateness, claiming that I was denied an opportunity to appear and speak to the commission and that it violated the Connecticut general statutes. And that appeal, which was recently dismissed, in November, the Historic District Commission essentially said, you're right. Our action in October was void and of no effect because we didn't let you speak. And if they had let me speak, then I would have raised that as a defect. Then,
And
in
have you
November,
ever seen an application go before the HDC without the zoning officer signing off or the person get a variance?
I've seen all kinds of defects in applications, and that is my
Have you ever
career.
seen that? I'm not asking about other defects in applications. I'm asking about that.
I don't recall seeing that, but when I saw that and I said, I better check the file. And when you're told by the chairman of the commission that the entire file is online, then I knew I had a valid defect to raise when I appeared before the Historic District Commission, but I wasn't allowed to raise it. So I was aware of the defect. I checked the file as I was directed by the chair of the commission. I did everything I was supposed to do.
Well, it wasn't a defect, was it? Because we know that it was signed before the hearing.
It would have been a defect if it wasn't in the file, though. And because I checked the file and didn't see it, I was prepared to raise it.
Any other questions?
I hope you follow me, Mr. Chairman, on that. I exercise due diligence. You have
I
the
follow you,
email.
but I also understand that your clients got a zoning compliance before they submitted something to the HDC. So
Sure.
they know it,
But
and you could have just asked Mr. Wendt or Mr. Decker. It's not like you don't come into the town hall.
No, I did go to the town hall and I said, is there a file on this? And I was informed that there was no file available and no site plan to view. They did not have a copy of the site plan when I went to zoning, and I did actually go to zoning.
But did you ask if they signed it?
No, I asked for any site plans, and I assumed that they would keep a copy of the site plan that they endorsed for a certificate of zoning compliance. And I was informed that there was no copy of a site plan.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, now open this up to individuals that wish to speak in favor or in opposition to the application. Is there anyone in favor? Is there anyone in opposition? Mr. Went?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Went, Planning Director. I'm a little confused, and I'll try to. It is our position that the Historic District Commission applications have no bearing on the issuance of a certificate of zoning compliance here. As there were two actions by the Historic District Commission, both of which had the requisite endorsement of a site plan by Mr. Decker, the September endorsement for the October HDC meeting, and then the subsequent one. But neither of those endorsements are an issuance of a zoning permit. And as Mr. Green referred to earlier, they were stamped for historic district review only. So that's not a decision. That's just a preliminary step. So that's, in my opinion, not really an action that's appealable to this board. The action that is appealable is the actual issuance of the permit, which occurred on October the 15th. Having said all that, again, as you alluded to, Mr. Chairman, Attorney Green knows full well and has stated that he agrees that the zoning stamp had to have been there, otherwise it would have been defective, and it was there. But I just don't think that's relevant, because what he is appealing ultimately is our issuance of the permit. And that occurred on October the 15th. He appeals that decision on December the 30th, 76 days later, saying that his client wasn't aware that the permit had been issued. But as we've heard in the original documents and as I laid out, they participated in opposition to the first Historic District Commission action in October. They've actually been aware that the applicants here, the 1088 Harbor Road folks, have been looking to build a garage since 2019. They appeared in opposition to this board in 2019. So I find it a little hard to believe that they weren't aware that they were pursuing a permit for a garage. So on October 15th is the date that the zoning permit has been issued. Forget the Historic District Commission stuff for a minute. October 15th, zoning permit actually issued, a building permit is issued for two things. There's a swimming pool that's being built on this property, and then a replacement of the garage that Attorney Green's client is taking issue with. There was a backhoe on the property in mid-October. And perhaps the garage wasn't removed until December. I don't know exactly when the former garage was demolished, but they were actively working on this property in mid-October. Not December, because they had a pool construction going on in addition to the garage construction. So there was obvious site work happening on this property in October. So it's our position that the Historic Commission endorsements, even though they were proper, they may not have been available for public review. And I don't dispute any of those facts, that they may or may not have been available to Attorney Green to see, but he acknowledges that they would have been required, and they were endorsed. But as I said earlier, I don't think that's particularly relevant, because those don't constitute a zoning approval of anything. It just says that it's our opinion that it's in compliance, and the Historic Commission has to then take their action. And subsequently, that zoning permit was issued on October the 15th. And it's our position that December 30th filing of that appeal challenging the issuance of that permit was 76 days beyond the issuance of that permit, so not within the calendar. And if December 3rd is the first time they were aware that that permit was issued, that's the claim, but there was work going on that site since mid-October. So that's all I really have, Mr. Chairman.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Went? Yes, Jane.
Are you making a distinction between being in compliance versus approved as two different things?
Yes, I think I am. We agree, it's our position that it's in compliance. Therefore, the site plan was endorsed for HDC review, and it's the very same site plan that was used for the issuance of the permit. But had the applicant never applied for a zoning permit, they wouldn't have moved forward with the application. So just simply endorsing the plan for review of the Historic District Commission, I don't believe to be an appealable decision, if you will, of the zoning enforcement officer, because that's not an approval of anything. It's just an acknowledgement that it doesn't need to seek approval of any other board before the HDC looks at it.
So what starts the clock? Which date?
In my opinion, it would be the approval of the actual permit, which was October the 15th.
Okay.
And I do have one other thing to add, Mr. Chairman, I'm remiss. I'm confused as to why there's no, there are architectural plans in that building permit for the garage. Mr. Decker went across the hall as Mr. Green was speaking. We have them here. So I don't know why that was not discoverable. If someone were to ask the building department for those plans, they are here, they were reviewed, they are part of the building permit record. So I don't know why that was not discoverable for someone to look at. So those plans do in fact exist.
Any other questions for Mr. Wendt? Is there any other individuals in opposition? Attorney Green, you have an opportunity to address Mr. Wendt's comments.
Yes, first of all, the pool is not the subject, the construction of the pool, we didn't appeal that. And that is not part of this building permit. That is not part of any of this. It is noted on the site plan, but as you'll note in our appeal, it is not amongst the activities that were. It's remove an existing one-story single bay detached garage, remove a deck, construct a new detached two-story two-bay garage, construct a platform for mechanicals, and construct landings and stairs. That is the permit we're dealing with. We didn't take any issue with their construction of a pool, and that was a separate matter as far as I know. The garage work and the demolition of the garage that we're complaining about as part of this permit did not commence until December 9th. And there was work being done on the site with respect to the pool, but not with respect to the garage. Next, contrary, I think Mr. Wendt and I may disagree on this, but 8-6 and the Connecticut General Statutes allows an individual to appeal, and this board to hear appeals of the decision of the official charged with enforcement of the zoning regulations, decisions by the official charged with enforcement of the zoning regulations. And so to suggest that one decision by the zoning official is appealable and others aren't is not in conformity with the law, as far as I can tell. 8-6 says you can appeal any decision by the zoning enforcement officer or the official charged with the enforcement of the zoning regulations to you, the Zoning Board of Appeals. Once again, we were not quibbling with the pool work that occurred on the site, and they were digging a hole for a pool. We are quibbling with the demolition of the garage, and that work did not begin until, again, December 9th. And I can tell you that we've been to the building department and there are not building plans. We were told there were no building plans, but beyond that, there's a certificate of zoning compliance that was issued by our zoning department, and our regulations require that an applicant submit plans showing, among other things, height of structures and that sort of thing. And there is no building plans in the zoning department and no building plans accompanying the application for a certificate of zoning compliance. So we have been diligent in pursuing the documents and the decision that we are appealing. And our appeals were brought within 30 days of our having actual or constructive knowledge. And our town, for whatever reason, chooses not to publish notice of these sorts of decisions, certificates of zoning compliance and the like. Although Mr. Went and I recently had a discussion and suggested that with the new electronic filings, the town could arguably maintain a list of actions it has taken. And that would alert folks who check that to whether those kinds of activities have occurred. But right now, it is kind of whether you're actually aware of it or whether you become constructively aware of it. And the last piece I will tell you is, yes, we were aware of these HTC proceedings. Yes, I am aware of the rules. I'm aware of the process. And that is why specifically, when I go through an application carefully, I make sure every box is checked and everything is done. And I noted that there was no site plan. I made inquiry. I asked. I was directed to the website. I checked the website carefully. And if I had the opportunity, I would have raised it in October. That it didn't happen, but I didn't have that opportunity. And I was unaware of the September 21st endorsement until I got a call on Friday afternoon, December 3rd, from Attorney Lasky telling me that she had been informed that there had been earlier action. And we have been diligent and careful, and that is the first date that we were aware of it. And these appeals, for the reasons, and again, I urge the board to carefully review the exhibits, and there are now 35 of them that the appellant has submitted, and to carefully review the March 1 letter that I've submitted, and to sustain these appeals. Mr. Chairman, I am a little bit concerned that we are on the same page on the appeals that have been filed, and I don't want there to be any confusion because I have the two appeals that were filed, and they seem to be in order in terms of the dates. And I don't know. I note that the second appeal is the last exhibit in the pile that you have. And again, it is an exhibit that I submitted a second time, the appeal, and it is in order in terms of the dates that it states. And the second appeal, and I'm looking right at it, is similarly appears to be in order, and those are once again exhibit numbers 28 and 33 to the exhibits that I submitted to the board. So with that, I will rest.
Thank you very much, Attorney Green. The hearing on 1088 Harbor Road is now closed. We'll be taking that up at the end. Our next item on the continued docket, number 7, 250 Pequot Avenue, was continued. Now we have number 2, which is 86 French Street, and that map 238, parcel 71, petition of Andrew B. and Kathleen A. Weil for a variance of the zoning regulations, section 11.15, to reduce 2 street line setbacks on a corner lot from 15, currently 10.6 and 2.7, proposing 9.8 to the dwelling and 3.1 feet to the stairs and 10 feet, and section 11.10 to increase the total lot coverage from 20%, currently 39.3%, proposing 39.6%, permission to remove existing dwelling and construct a new FEMA compliant single family dwelling. And who's presenting?
That's my file, Mr.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, I didn't write it down there on my sheet. Go ahead, Attorney Fitzpatrick.
You can hear me okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name's Bill Fitzpatrick. I'm an attorney in Fairfield with the law firm of Fitzpatrick, Frey, and Bologna, with offices at 1735 Post Road. We're here this afternoon representing Andrew and Kathleen Weil, the owners of a single-family home located at 86 French Street. This property is located in the Beach District contains 2,250 square feet. The Beach District has a minimum lot area requirement of 9,375 square feet. As a result, the existing lot at 86 French is less than 1/4 of the Beach District minimum lot area. The existing home at 86 French Street contains, per the assessor's records, 556 square feet and was constructed in 1920. It is a one-story structure which is in very poor condition. The intent of my clients is to replace the existing structure with a new FEMA-compliant home. In order to accommodate the construction of the new FEMA-compliant home, the applicants are requesting a variance of section 11.10 of the zoning regulations to permit an increase in lot coverage from 20%, presently 39.3%, to 39.6%, and a variance of section 11.15 to permit a reduction in the street setback to French Street from 15 feet, presently 2.7 feet, to 10 feet, and a reduction in the street setback to the right-of-way from 15 feet, presently 10.6 feet, to 9.8 feet to the house and 3.1 feet to the stairs. Zoning Board may recall that this property was the subject of an earlier variance application to the board in February of this year. That application requested an increase in lot coverage, a reduction of the side yard setback, and a reduction of the street setbacks to French Street and the right-of-way. That application was presented to the board without the benefit of counsel and was denied. This revised application has eliminated the variance request for the side yard setback of 1.5 feet. That's to the McGuire property to the west. That setback is now 5 feet, which is in full compliance with the zoning regulations. This revised application also increases the distance of the proposed home to the Insertall property to the south. Again, both the side and rear setback distances to the abutting neighbors were increased. The street line setback variance requests remain as revised, which is understandable given the small lot size and the location of the on a corner with 2 street setbacks applicable. Most importantly, per my review of what transpired at the first ZBA public hearing, was the issue of coverage. This was the issue that was paramount. The original February proposed increase in lot coverage from 20%, presently 39.3%, to 49%, has been significantly reduced to a coverage of 39.6%. This request constitutes an increase in lot coverage of 0.3%, approximately 67 square feet, which is essentially equivalent to the area of the stairs and the porch required to access the raised first floor. So the living area proposed by virtue of this coverage request is essentially the same living area that exists there today. Again, the original coverage request of 49% has been reduced to 39.6%, an increase of only 0.3%. At this point, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce Mr. William Levy, the architect who prepared the plans, to quickly take the board through the proposed home design. Bill.
Good morning, board. My name is William Levy. I'm the architect on the project. And from the previous submission, we have reduced, as Bill said, significantly the lot coverage. We have removed the architectural feature of the twist of the house to make it more compliant. And as stated in the last session, the house would not be able to be livable or be able to be raised based on the 50% usable dollar figure for what the town has it assessed at. So we've also reduced the balconies, which was also a concern of the neighbors. We reduced them by more than 50%, 53%. That's not in the information provided, but just for your reference. So we've created a more compliant house smaller on the lot. And really the big variance of the right-of-way street is more for the stairs to get up to the deck to access the UI electrical meter box that is required by UI. Any questions? Or back to you, Bill.
Bill, do you have, Attorney Fitzpatrick, do you have more or?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I thought so.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd like to sum up. The test for the granting of a variance is set forth in the Smith case, 174 Connecticut 326, a 1978 case, which states, quote, regarding hardship under general statute, section 8-6, parents 3 and parents, the local zoning board may grant a variance where two basic conditions are met. One, the variance is shown not to affect substantially the comprehensive zoning plan, and two, adherence to the strict letter of the zoning regulations is shown to cause unusual hardship unnecessary to the carrying out of the general purpose of the zoning plan, end quote. First part of the test, no substantial effect on the comprehensive zoning plan is satisfied here. For the proposed use, a single-family home is a permitted use in the beach district. The second part of the test, adherence to the strict letter of the law is shown to cause unusual hardship unnecessary to the carrying out of the zoning plan is satisfied here. I would submit by several factors. The first variance request in the revised application is an increase in permitted coverage from the present 39.3% to 39.6%. This proposed coverage is the same as the existing house, which needs replacement with the addition of a de minimis square footage, approximately 67 square feet, as needed for the stairs and landing to access the raised first floor of the new home. I should note that the FEMA regulations require that a home be bought to FEMA standards in this flood zone if the work being done on the home exceeds 50% of its value. The town utilizes the assessor's records for the purposes of determining the value of the building. The home's assessment shows the fair market value of the existing building on site as $15,300. Given the fact that it's an extremely small home in poor condition and over 100 years old, this valuation makes sense. This in turn means that in the event repairs are made to the home totaling more than half that, or $76.50, the house must be made FEMA compliant. To be made FEMA compliant, it must be raised. It's quite clear that this home needs significantly more than $7,650 of repairs and renovations to make it habitable. As such, there's no feasible alternative but to raise the home. The additional variance requests relate to the two street line setbacks. The street line setback to French Street is presently 2.7 feet. The front porch actually extends over the property line. The applicant is proposing a setback to the new home of 10 feet. This represents a reduction in the existing nonconformity. The proposed street setback to the right of way, which is treated as a street for setback purposes, is 9.8 feet to the new home, 3.1 feet to the stairs. This is necessary. The proposed setback is consistent with the setback of the existing home, which is 10.6 feet, but for the addition of the stairs, again, necessary to access the raised first floor. The building height was the topic of some comment at the February public hearing. The zoning regulations permit an addition to the permitted height in the zone of 30 feet of 1/2 the distance between the existing average grade and the base flood elevation. The difference between those two figures is 9.1 feet. This permits, by regulation, a height of 30 feet plus 1/2 of 9.1, or 34.55 feet. The proposed height of 34.3 feet is less than the maximum permitted height and therefore conforms to the applicable regulation. Bottom line, the proposal here conforms to the regulations, have been fully reviewed by the zoning department staff, and requires no variance. The applicants heard loud and clear the points made by the neighbors at the first ZBA public hearing. The repeated theme was too much coverage. So the applicants have revised their plans, come up with a plan which is essentially the very same living area as the existing home, but for the addition of the 0.3% of coverage to accommodate stairs and a landing. I submit this is a reasonable response to the testimony at the first public hearing as well as the board's decision, and that this revised application is well deserving of the board's approval. For the reasons I've outlined, I'd request this application be approved. Mr. Wiles is on the phone, as is the architect Bill Levy, and they and I would be happy to answer any questions the board may have. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Attorney Fitzpatrick. Does the board have any questions for Attorney Fitzpatrick, Mr. Levy, or his client? Yep, Jane, go ahead.
Can you just clarify, when you say raise, are you saying R-A-Z-E or R-A-I-S-E?
R-A-I-S-E, thank you.
Like as in lift, as in lift.
Have
Okay.
to be lifted, has to
Okay.
be lifted.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, at this time, I want to open it up to people that have comments either in favor or opposed. I'll just want to state that I did receive an email. The board did receive an email from Valerie McGuire supporting this. Are there any other people that wish to speak to support the application? Please unmute, give me your name. Okay.
Kavachi from 106 Front Street.
Are you looking to support or
Yes,
oppose?
we support. We
Okay,
support.
all right, thank you, Ms. Kavashi. Anyone else?
Laura Inserto, 89 Pine Creek Avenue.
Ms. Inserto, you're looking to support?
I do.
Okay, is there anyone else? Is there anyone that opposes the application? Okay, hearing no other opposition. We already have on the record the support from Ms. McGuire. Ms. Kavachi, go ahead. If you just give your address too.
106 Front Street. Deborah
What would you
Kavachi.
like to, what would you like to tell us?
We
You
support it. Yes,
Short and sweet. Okay, very good.
we do.
Ms. Inserto, could you just give us the address and what you'd like to tell us?
I'm 89 Pine Creek Avenue. And I just want to thank Kathleen and Andy for their diligent work at listening to all the comments and the kindness in revising their plan. I look very forward to living next to you.
Thank you, Ms. Inserto. And there are no other comments. Attorney Fitzpatrick, I don't think you need to address that.
I see no need to gild the lily, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you. We're going to close the hearing on 86 French Street. We'll take that up at the end. Number 3, 1386 Hillside Road. That's been continued. That's number 3 on the continued docket, excuse me. Number 8 on the continued docket, 95 Old Post Road, has also been continued. Our first matter on the general docket, let me just straighten out my desk, is 478 Hollydale Road, map 120, parcel 33. Petition of Gregory Bagage for a variance of the zoning regulations, section 5.2.4, to reduce the sideline setback from 25 feet, currently 24.4 feet, proposing 24.5 feet. Permission to construct a second floor addition and raise the first floor height for a new 2-car garage premises, AA zone. The owner, I think you're presenting this, correct?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Greg Bouguet, and for the last almost 17 years, I have been residing at 478 Hollydale Road, along with my wife and 2 sons. They are 19 and 17 now. My wife and I, we raise our boys here. We love it here. The neighborhood is very quiet and private. We are sort of out of the way, but close to a shopping, highway, and everything else that the town has to offer. The neighbors are great and very friendly. We get along with everybody and made friends. Our property ends against open space and all the wildlife that comes with it. We have a Lake Hills membership. The house is spacious, but not too big. It fits our family lifestyle. There is really no reason to complain about anything except our garage. The garage is under the house. The garage doors are only 6 feet 4 inches tall, which means we can't get our cars inside. Over the years, we never parked, not even once, any of our cars inside the garage, sunshine, rain, or snow. Our house is a split level. We have to walk entire length of the basement in order to get into the house from the garage without going outside. That's a long haul with the groceries on rainy days. Because of the proximity of the front entry and garage entry, we have to climb a fairly steep and long exterior staircase to get from the driveway to the front door. It just gets hard in the winter or at night without the lights on. That's why we thought it would be a good idea to move the garage to the other side of the house. Currently, we have a half-story under the ground, unfinished basement there. We don't really use it for anything else but storage and laundry. It's not a living space, it's unfinished. What makes the most economical sense to us is simply elevating the existing bedrooms above it and fitting the garage right underneath them. We would have to fill that part of the basement since the existing basement slab is below the existing grade. So the garage floor would be at the current grade level. During the design process, we had a survey of the property done and found out we are encroaching on the side setbacks. Apparently, both sides of our house are not parallel to the property lines, but slightly skewed, making a front right corner encroaching about 5.5 inches into a side setbacks. It's not that the whole side of the house is 5.5 inches in the setbacks, but rather 5.5 inch triangle, 5.5 inch on one end and about 6 feet long. I'm assuming that was just a simple mistake made back in the 50s when the house was built. Apparently, because we're attempting to alter the existing conditions, we have to ask the commission to grant us a variance from the existing zoning rules and regulations. Just to be clear, we're not asking this commission for allowing us to go further into the side or front setbacks. We're not asking for increase in allowed lot or building coverage. We're not asking for increase in the maximum allowed building height or allowable number of floors. We're simply asking this commission to grant us a permission to keep a violation the way it has been since 1959 when the house was built or since the current zoning rules were enacted. We are not proposing any changes to existing conditions horizontally, but rather vertically. We spoke with our neighbors as required, and none of them had any opposition to our proposal. I think they all feel the design is essentially pleasing and fits the neighborhood. I think this is the least intrusive option for us to achieve the goal of easy access from the garage to the house. Any other options we have considered would most likely involve asking this commission for more extensive variance to the side or front setbacks. As to the hardship, which I guess we're required to present, we're dealing with non-conforming pre-existing conditions, and we have no way of curing it. Because of the existing garage and driveway were cut into the ledge, we have no way of getting a reasonably easy access to living space directly from the garage or driveway. Our boys are getting older. In fact, one of them is away in college already. Another one will be going to college soon. In the future, it would get harder to maintain the existing driveway and especially existing exterior staircase free of ice and snow in the winter without boys' help. My wife has been diagnosed with advanced arthritis and is scheduled for a hip replacement surgery later this summer. Most likely the second hip replacement surgery is not far behind. One of the reasons for delaying her surgery is that it would be extremely difficult and dangerous for her to get in and out of the house post-surgery the way the access to the house is set up now. I hope I have made my case and Commission will agree to grant us the variance we are asking for. I'll be happy to answer any questions any member of commission might have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Bagaj. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Bagaj? No questions. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to this application, 478 Hollydale Road? Please give me your name and the position you have. All right, hearing no further comments, Mr. Bagaj, thank you. We're going to close the hearing on 478 Hollydale Road. We'll be deciding that at the end.
Thank you very much.
Our next item on the agenda is number 2, 1073 North Benson Road, map 143, parcel 160, petition the Fairfield University for a variance of the zoning regulations, section 5.2.2, to increase the height of a structure from 40 feet, proposing 56 feet, and the number of stories from 3, proposing 5, permission to construct a new student dormitory premises, AA zone. Attorney Fallon, as you know, I'm recusing myself, but do you have any objection to me at least facilitating this? I'll make no comment. I will not ask a question or participate.
I'd appreciate that courtesy, Mr. Chairman, and I have no objection.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Attorney Fallon.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is John Fallon. I'm an attorney in Fairfield, and I'm pleased to be representing Fairfield University. As the chair indicates, the application here seeks a variance of section 5.2.2 in conjunction with the university's plans to construct a new residence hall in the residential quadrangle area of the campus. The original application that was filed and what is noticed today asked for a variance to allow a height of 56 feet and 5 stories. As you know, and as I will elaborate on in my presentation, we have submitted revised plans modifying that request. I think where I want to start off is putting the application and the university's efforts in this regard in some context in terms of the overall university. As I point out in my material, these are challenging times based upon demographics for college-bound students. And this is particularly true in New England, and this is particularly true for smaller colleges such as Fairfield. For that reason, Fairfield, as part of its master planning, has planned a controlled growth of its undergraduate population to approximately 1,200 students a year. That means that we have the needs for additional beds, and this application is designed to address partially that need. What is the context that I want to put it in is that the university is a great asset to this community. It happens to employ on a full-time basis 835 people, part-time basis 480 people. And so I think our goal and the community's goal is the same, and that is to ensure that we do everything we need to do to keep Fairfield University vibrant and as uniquely successful as it is, because it is such an important asset to the community. And that is what is driving this need to increase modestly enrollment and therefore deal with the need to ensure that our students are eligible and have on-campus housing, which is another long-term goal of the university, to maintain sufficient on-campus accommodations, which we think is not only in the town's interest, but certainly in the students' interest. So that brings us to the proposal, and that is a new dormitory as indicated. We were very careful in terms of our architectural design here. We wanted to make sure that the design would fit in with the adjacent residence halls that are centrally located in the quadrangle area of the campus. The other context I want to discuss how it's been since I've represented Fairfield University for, I will say, the last 40 years. It's been a significant commitment on the part of the university, because it's in the university's interest to do so, to reach out to the neighbors and to make the neighbors aware of what we're wanting to do and to get feedback from the neighbors. We did that in this case, and there were numerous meetings held between the university, represented by Mr. Fasanelli, who you'll hear from in a minute, and the neighborhood. In an effort to address what we heard, we submitted revised plans, and those are the plans that are actionable before you tonight. They have reduced the number of stories from 5 to 4, and they've reduced the proposed height variance from 56 feet to 46 feet. We've also, as Mr. Frassinelli will elaborate on, committed ourselves to other significant modifications that should be made conditions of your approval, which, as I think you will see from Mr. Frassinelli's presentation, not only mitigate any impact of the revised design building, but also significantly improve existing conditions relative to views and vistas from Round Hill Road. Before I introduce David, I just want to give a little context, again, third element of context to this application. As I point out in my material, prior to 1989, Section 27.5 of the zoning regulations allowed university structures in this zone to reach a height of 60 feet or 5 stories. As you probably know and can be aware, a most substantial portion of the campus was constructed in compliance with these then existing regulations. For example, and with specific reference to the quadrangle area, Jogues Hall is 58.8 feet. Regis Hall is 58.8 feet. Gonzaga Hall is 54.38 feet. Loyola Hall is 59.04 feet. And Campion is 53.67 feet. Taking into consideration the existing height of numerous structures on campus, this board has seen fit to grant numerous variances with respect to height on campus regarding the most recently and more recently constructed buildings on campus. Again, for example, Regis Hall West, immediately proximate to the subject area, was approved in April of 2022 at 5 stories and a height of 56 feet. A variance was granted for the School of Nursing to allow for a height of 58.8 feet. And a 1917 variance was granted with regard to the construction of the Dolan School of Business at 53 feet. The Convocation Center, which is presently under construction, received a height variance to be established at 53.2 feet. All these variances were granted in additions for variances for the University Library and Manow. In each of these cases, as I'll elaborate on a little bit later, the board found that the change in the zoning regulations with regard to height and the number of stories, as previously referenced and applicable to Fairfield University, did establish a hardship basis for the granting of a variance of Section 5.2.2. Before I discuss the legal underpinnings of the application before you, the revised application, I would like to call on our Vice President, David Frassinelli, who, as I said, was primarily involved in the discussions with our neighbors that led to the modification of the plans that are before you today. He'll share not only some of the details and the ramifications of that modified plan, but he'll also elaborate on some other commitments that we have made to the neighbors that we would expect to be made conditions of approval of the variance if you should be good enough to grant it. These involve, as you will hear, matters pertaining to berms, landscaping, and lighting. So at this point, I'll introduce Mr. Frassinelli. David?
Oh, we're not hearing him.
David, are you there?
There you are.
Is he there?
I didn't hear him. No, he's.
Brian, did you see him?
I saw him and I thought I heard him click in, but he appears to have lost his mic again.
David? I can see up above. There's David. David, can you hear us okay? Okay, why don't you go ahead then, and I'll put myself back on mute, and you can walk us through the modifications and the commitments.
All right, let me know. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you. All right, let's try this again. For the record, my name is David Frassinelli. I'm Vice President for Facilities And if the chairman will indulge me, may I share screen?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Let's hope we do a little better with the screen sharing. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
So, as Attorney Fallon noted, as we approached this application, we had numerous meetings with the neighbors and some very candid conversations. And, you know, I appreciated their position and was sensitive to their concerns. As such, we chopped off the top floor of what we had proposed for this building. And as we looked at this situation further, we sort of contemplated, what do the neighbors see today and what will they see when the project is done? And in many respects, what they see today is Jogues Hall, and to the south, they see Langeth Hall, which was a recently built building. And they see Regis Hall, which is set back somewhat. So this new dorm would be set closer to Round Hill Road, and the challenges of looking up at a building was something we attempted to try and reach some level of satisfaction with the neighbors. So for now, we're calling it Regis West. Perhaps we can get more creative. I am on my next screen now. This is just quickly reviewing what John Fallon had noted, that the original submission was a height variance for 5 stories, 56 feet, 203 beds. We have eliminated 1 full story, you know, at the expense of 38 beds, which has a significant economic impact, and 46 feet height, 6 feet more than the current limit of 40, and a reduction of square footage. All of that summarized below. So my question that I came up with is, how do we mitigate the impact on the neighborhood? We okay?
Yes.
Okay.
That's people
And-
signing in and off. So yeah, the
Okay,
beeps.
all right,
Yeah.
great. And we had initially come in with some concepts that included a 5-foot berm with arborvitae on the top of it. In various Zoom meetings with the neighbors, we talked about, well, could we get the berm taller? Could we get taller trees? You know, the challenge of planting on top of a berm is we want to get arborvitae and plantings that will survive and really set themselves and root themselves, but also grow in time. We were able to, you know, we were limited to a 5-foot high berm because of the town of Fairfield property line and the need to maintain enough space from the curb on the east side so that cars can pull in without putting their bumpers into the berm. So we settled on, we were able to work with the town of Fairfield and get the permission to start our sloping of the outside face of the berm on town property so that we could achieve the taller berm. And so we settled on an 8-foot berm. And I'm going to show you some images of what the hedges do. I think one of the biggest pluses, and if you think of the parking lot and sloping down to Round Hill Road, is the berm. The berm is a solid surface, and as you pull in with your car with its headlights, a solid earth berm will block those headlights. And we also, in our conversations with the town and the tree warden, would plant, in addition to the berm with the arborvitae, plant trees every 50 feet, the traditional deciduous trees, oaks, whatever. I also looked at the site and had gotten some images from some of the neighbors as to what we look like at night. And it can be bright. So I'm going to show you how we want to remove some of the brighter old style light fixtures, 250 watts, 400 watts, some of them 16 to 18 feet tall, and replace them with our campus standard Sternberg's 12-foot tall, 51 watts, dramatic decrease, but also a fixture that's described as night sky friendly. One of the things we're also pursuing with this proposed dorm, for it to be the first LEED certified building on campus. And as part of LEED, lighting and night sky illumination and all of those considerations are important for LEED to be within the spirit of the LEED certification. So, there will be no facade illumination or uplights or any of that sort of thing on this facility. I genuinely believe that the program, in addition to the building, with the berm, the lighting revisions, the plantings, will be a significant improvement over what you see out there now, both day and night, particularly in the winter months when the existing deciduous trees are quite bare. So to provide all of you with an overview, in red here is the proposed building. This is the campus, within the campus streetscape. This is the parking I made reference to. And within here, you will see views from across the street. This is Round Hill Drive here, coming perpendicular to the campus. This is Melissa and Jim Murphy here. And then over on this side is the home of Greg Hayes and our neighbors here. And I'm sorry, but drawing a blank on your name. So we will present a couple views from these perspectives. This aerial view does give you kind of an overview of, how this quadrangle works. This is Jogues Hall. This is College Park here, and how we tried to go no further west than the facade here. One of the things we did with conservation, this is a conservation area, we pushed the building as much to the north as we could. We were limited here because we need to maintain 20 feet, a drive of 20 feet for fire apparatus to get into this quad area. We also kinked the building this way to minimize the impact on this detention basin. So going to our first view, this is the existing view, and it's from the second floor, from point A, which I believe is Attorney Greg Hayes. You see in the background Regis, you see Jogues. What we are proposing is the large berm. We have placed a couple people here, and the plantings of arborvitae 16 feet tall, again, from the second story. So I find it helpful to jump back and forth. Some existing trees across the street in the winter view to the planting of the trees. And with the proper watering and care, we see those trees growing about 4 feet. So this is a view of the trees at 20 feet. And they've grown 4 feet, and our two friends here are still out there standing, watching. Moving it down a little bit, again, you see some of these street trees, the fence, the condition of these trees. Again, when we met with the tree warden from the town of Fairfield, he had mentioned that a lot of these trees are either dead or undesirable species. Trees recommended for removal by DEEP because of the types of bugs that grow. You'll also see here, this is a 400-watt metal halide light on an 18-foot pole. And again, this is from across the street. The arborvitaes, between the berm and the arborvitae, at 16 feet and at 20 feet. The administration at for Fairfield University is questioning me about what this will cost, but we have it covered. But it is a significant investment. I also see this as a significant long-term investment with our neighbors and the neighborhood. We limited this view, and this is snow. We limited this view not to show the trees that the town will require outside along the streetscape here, which are every 50 feet, there will be additional trees to what's shown here. Again, we did a view from this Round Hill Road area. Again, Jogues Hall, existing Regis. This is Mrs. Murphy's home. And we did a line of sight so that we see from the top of Mrs. Murphy's home, looking up, she does have a fence and some arborvitae, Round Hill Road, the berm, and the proposed arborvitae at 16 feet. Interestingly enough, it's showing it from just under the roof eave. You know, when these 16-foot trees are planted, you know, they'll be pointed. So you will definitely see parts of the building. As they grow and fill in, you'll see even less. So this is showing the proposed 4-story and its relation to the existing 5-story set behind it. And again, the view from E, existing, a little bit more dense with some of these trees here. And again, the 18-foot tall light pole and the arborvitae and the berm. And with growth, the 20 feet, even better coverage. This is a second floor view, a little bit more visible. You can see Jogues Hall here. And after the 20 feet, the arborvitae grow in. One of the things, and in our conversations with the Murphys, Missy Murphy was kind enough to share with me this picture from her bedroom, the night sky illumination that I had made reference to before. And you can see a super bright fixture here. I believe this is the 250 watt metal halide. Here is the 18-foot tall, also metal halide, 400 watts. And here is Jogues Hall. So if we go back to this, you can see that it's beginning to block pretty substantially at the floor below the top level. And by point of reference, you can see Jogues Hall here, and we are on the second floor. Here is the top floor. So if you draw a line across, the edge of the roof is going to continue across here. The arborvitae will really be in this range, blocking out a lot of this. But again, you can see the impact of this. You can also see the impact of Regis Hall behind. Those little squares, and I'm sorry this is so small, are the bedrooms. So they are contributing to that. So again, the big bright octagon at 16 feet, and that's 250 watts. The tall 400 watts, I am proposing swapping out as a consideration for, you know, if we are successful in our approval, to put in 12-foot tall traditional poles that are 51 watts. Existing Regis Hall, this was a daytime shot, so it's not the best, but standing in front of the building, as you might expect for a mid-century building, you look in and you see light fixtures. You see the actual bulbs of the fixture. You can also at night look in and see large round fixtures in every single one of these bedrooms. That earlier slide showed the extent of the light trespass from that. What we are proposing for Regis West is that all of these bedroom fixtures to illuminate the bedrooms will be mounted on the inside face of the exterior wall to shine into the room, so that when you look at the building, you will not see the light fixture, you will see reflected light. And of course, when the shades are down, you're not going to see much of anything. So again, room fixtures on the inside faced. The east wall, which is the wall you can see from the west, will have light and sound absorbing panels, a dark color. They too will be indirect. And the facade will be in general a earth tone muted type brick. And unlike Regis, which has large white panels as spandrel panels between the windows, there will be no white panels on this building. It will look a lot more like Langdeth Hall to the south. So again, to sum up, the berm will limit the views of the proposed building both day and night, block headlights, discourage foot traffic, which can easily pass from Round Hill Road in and out and onto the campus, and a significant improvement to the streetscape from the outside of campus. As I mentioned, it would require, if we are to achieve the 8-foot berm as opposed to the 5-foot berm, it would involve the removal of some existing trees only for the length of the berm. Those again would be replanted with the arborvitae and the town trees. The parking lot lighting, reducing the height of those poles, but also considering you'll have 24 feet of blockage, almost twice the height of the 12-foot poles, reducing the wattages and improving the technology so it's not this halo effect dramatically illuminating night sky. And then the impact of the actual dorm design, where we're reducing the amount of light shining directly out of the room, that there will really only be indirect light shining out. And again, no need for facade illumination. And on that, I would like to stop sharing.
Okay.
And thank you. Hopefully I've stopped sharing. Have I stopped sharing?
Yes.
You have.
Great.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
So what I'd like to do now is the legal context. We've talked a lot about context, and as this board knows, the standards by which you evaluate a variance are found in Connecticut General Statutes 8-6A3, and you have to make two findings. One, shown what is being proposed is not going to substantially affect the comprehensive zoning plan. And number two, that there are elements relative to the property that establish legal hardship, as our case law defines it. With regard to the first aspect of the matter, there's a number of elements that I think satisfy the first part of the test. First of all, I cite my material, the Egan case, that stands for the proposition that if the use to be made, if the variance is granted, is a permitted use under the zoning regulations, then the first part of the test is met. The use here is of a dormitory on a college campus, and that is explicitly permitted under the regulations. We will not be making any change in the historic use of the campus, which includes, as I previously mentioned, numerous dormitories in this immediate area that provide student housing and are in fact all generally higher in height than the now revised proposal. We were careful, as David pointed out, in both our architectural design to make sure it would be consistent and not impacting to our neighbors. And of course, he spoke very eloquently, I think, with regard to the modifications that we would make with regard to lighting and the like. At the end of the day, what we're looking at here now is a building that will only exceed the height limitation in the zone by 6 feet, 46 instead of 40, and will in fact be lower than all those dorms I mentioned before that are in the immediate area. And the other thing I think is important here too is, I know this is a difficult application for everyone. We've worked hard with the neighbors. The neighbors are our neighbors, and we know they're dealing in good faith with us as well. But this is one of those situations where I think there's a sort of be careful what you wish for situation, because I think what could come out of this revised application, now reduced to 46 feet, 6 feet above a 6-foot variance, is based upon all the things that David is committed to and that would become conditions of this approval and conditions of the P&Z approval, is a situation where not only are we mitigating the new building, but as I think the graphics we submitted provide evidence of, we are materially improving the present situation with regard to views and vistas from Round Hill Road. And I think all of that goes directly to the first part of the test as far as the not affecting the comprehensive plan. There's two elements of hardship here, as I point out in my material. The first is the one that the board has previously found, and that arises from the application of the current zoning regulations as amended regarding height and number of stories to this university and their ongoing uses. Substantial portions of the university, as I said, were approved and constructed in accordance with the then existing regulations, which allowed a height of up to 5 stories and 60 feet. And the application of these amended regulations now, especially with regards to the character of the quadrangle does establish a basis for hardship based upon the application of these new regulations. I cite material with regard to that, but it's also, I think, a finding that the board has made, as I pointed out in my remarks, on numerous occasions. The second element of hardship here deals with the fact, and I cite the material, the case law that deals with the existing topography and constraints imposed by surrounding wetland regulated areas and wetland setbacks that apply can form and do form a proper basis for a finding of hardship. I cite all those cases at page 4 of my material. That is exactly the situation that we were dealing with here, because we had to construct this building on a smaller footprint due to the constraints imposed by topography, but especially by the wetlands regulated areas. I would point out that we did receive our approval of our inland wetlands permit last evening, but in order to make sure we were acting in accordance with the wetlands regulations, we did have to shrink the footprint of the building. That obviously impacts, as a feasibility matter, the height. So I think a second basis for hardship here is the topography and the presence of the wetlands and wetland setbacks that are imposed in this specific area where the dorm is being constructed. So by way of summary, I think what you have here is a residence hall that is in character with the surrounding residence halls previously approved on the campus in the immediate area here of the quadrangle. We've reduced the size here by 10 feet. We've lopped off the story. That brings it within 6 feet of compliance. We are committing to a major undertaking here with regard to the berm, the landscaping, 16 feet arborvitaes that will grow to 20 feet, the lighting changes and the like that we think not only show good faith, but will in fact mitigate any impact associated with this new building, while also addressing and substantially improving existing conditions with regard to views and vistas. As far as the technical issue here, I think we satisfy the elements of the statutory test, and we do establish hardship here based upon the application of the amended regulations to the campus, and that's been previously found by this board. And also in this particular situation, the topographical conditions and wetlands conditions that definitely impacted how we would handle the footprint and how we would construct the building. So we've always made it a policy, and we will continue to do so, to do everything that we can do to ensure that we are hearing our neighbors and trying to address constructively and aggressively their concerns. I think this case is a particularly strong example of that. It will allow us to add much needed beds so that we can ensure that we're going to maintain a modest enrollment, but an enrollment that will allow us to continue to remain vital and strong. Is something that's very important, not only to us, and also I would say to the neighborhood, but certainly to the town as a whole. So we'll be pleased to answer any questions that you might have. We hope you'll favorably consider the application, and I'll look forward to addressing any comments before the close. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Fallon. Does the board have any questions for Attorney Fallon or David Fasanelli? Yeah, Harold, go ahead.
This is Harold. Can you unmute me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. My name is Harold Zawadzki. I'm a member of the Board of Assessment, the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I believe that the statements made by David and Mr. Fallon were very compelling, and I was wondering if since there was some opposition from neighbors, if there was or has been a presentation made to the neighbors regarding the new plans.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Commissioner. We did do that. In fact, the same PowerPoint, if you will, that we just shared with you, we shared with the neighbors. They have received exactly what you received today from Mr. Fasanelli in terms of everything, the exact package. So yes, and we did have, and we thank the neighbors for their time, but we had numerous meetings in person at various homes. I say we, Mr. Fasanelli did. Zoom meetings and the like. So yes, there's been a substantial outreach to the neighbors that most recently included the revised plans and those other elements of undertaking that David addressed.
Brian, go ahead.
Thank you.
This is more for David. David, the proposed lighting plan, has that been signed off on by public safety? And is that going to provide adequate lighting? Or the number of lights going to be reflected to replace the wattage, so to speak?
I have not had a sign off from public safety, but I would maintain the foot candles required by code for the property.
Okay.
I believe
And
that's about 1 foot candle.
Yes.
yeah. And the last question I would ask is, was there any consideration given to the and this is just for my edification, those newfangled, if you will, the blue light applications that I've seen sprouting up?
What are the blue lights? You mean the code blue poles, the emergency poles?
No, the I don't want to.
Is the blue the color, the temperature? Color
Yeah,
temperature?
the color temperature of the light, like you see now at where is it, up at Whole Foods and the like?
Yeah,
I've seen some studies on those.
I'm not familiar with the whole food lights, but I will tell you that the LED 51-watt fixtures have a whiter, softer, bluer color than the metal halides. For the HPSs tend to be yellow, and I think I could actually pull that slide up from the night sky, but you could see the less bright, whiter fixtures. Those would be the LED 51-watt fixtures. So it will be less yellow looking. Those old fixtures, particularly the octagonal, the 400 HPSs really do shine down, sort of like a prison yard. The 16 or the 18 footers, the 16 footers are really sort of octagonal shaped and really shine light out in all directions, including up. I think those are sort of the big generators of night sky illumination.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Jane, you had a question?
I have several questions. So you knocked off a full story up top, so that eliminated 38 beds. Was there the same proportion parking spaces omitted in a smaller parking lot?
The parking issue, and quite honestly, we plan to go into greater detail on parking for the planning and zoning, which will be a required step in this. But we looked at the spaces impacted by this building, and it was 37 spaces. We look at parking for the entire campus, particularly because this quad and sophomore area, they are not allowed to have cars. So the residents of this building will not have cars. We hopefully will have them become seniors and juniors, at which point they will have cars. But the bulk of the parking you see in this area are for students who live elsewhere on campus, not into the quad area. So again, we look at the campus in its entirety for parking. Quite honestly, we want to make it a little less convenient. We don't want students driving from one class to another, so we want them to park their car and leave it there for the most part. Elsewhere on campus, we're constructing our townhouses on the north end of campus, which is for 84 beds. With that proposal is 40 parking spaces. But of the 84 beds, 79 will be occupied by students residing in other townhouses. So when they're complete, we will take 79 beds out of other townhouses and put them as the bulk of the 84 new beds we're creating. So in theory, we're creating 40 parking spaces for 5 new beds. So it makes it somewhat neutral here. I will tell you, we are just completing looking at our parking in general. I am likely to be coming in with a couple of smaller interventions for the balance of campus to, add some parking spaces, but that again will be the subject of a separate and ongoing approval. Or
Okay,
submission
another
request.
question is, what's the overall length of the berm?
The what?
The overall length of the berm?
350 feet. There's an existing berm that will be, I'm sorry, incorporated into this. So yeah, overall about 350 lineal feet.
And it's going to be 8 feet high?
Correct.
Where's all that water going that is rushing, coming off the side of that berm onto Round Hill
Well,
Road?
currently, if you look at the entire site being sloped down towards Round Hill Road,
Yeah,
you've got sheet flow coming off of that.
right.
We're looking at a relatively small and highly pervious embankment. We don't think that's going to create additional runoff. In other words, the square footage between the end of the parking lot and the base and the sidewalk currently runs off into Round Hill Road. When we construct the berm, half of that's going to run back onto our campus and half onto Round Hill Road. So it's, to me, represents a significant reduction of the amount of land draining into Round Hill. Again, we would be required to submit that berm for approval with conservation. And
Does town engineering have to look at that as well to see if you need a subsurface system?
If you grant, the limited variance that's before you on the heights and stories, as David indicated, this is going to have to go to TPZ for a full special exception and site plan application, and that will require a review by all town departments, including engineering.
Okay. So wait, I have one more question. What other buildings are going to be this close to either Barlow or Round Hill? I mean, what of the same height that you're proposing? Is there
Well,
anything?
we have existing buildings that are already with the same distance, including Jogues Hall immediately next to it.
That's the same, that will be the same distance from Round Hill?
Correct. And attached to Jogues was a more recently constructed wellness center, which is a one-story building.
Yeah.
That is, comes from the west face of Jogues.
But it's a
towards
one-story.
Round- So that entire facility is closer to Round Hill Road. Langeth, I have to be careful. Langeth is the building to the south, which is in line with this building. But I'd have to go back and look at if the property line on Round Hill goes off to the west, that distance may be a little bit bigger.
Right, but you're also seeing the ends of those buildings, right? Not the long view.
Yeah, Langeth you're seeing the end of, but Jogues you're seeing the entire facade. The short end of Jogues faces south. The long face of Jogues faces west, parallel to Round Hill Road.
But it's like half the length of what you're proposing. Am I seeing this correctly?
I would have to go back and measure the
I'm
distance.
I'm just kind of looking at the aerial view. And then
I see my architect diligently taking some measurements.
trying to
He
get
might
us-
be able
yeah.
to tell us the length of Jogues as it faces
Yeah,
Round Hill.
yeah.
Again, it really is consistent with Jogues and what's seen there. Further back is Regis, the existing Regis. Regis is substantially longer
Yeah,
but of course this one's closer.
right. I had one other, and you said it's going to be a LEED building?
LEED certified is what we are currently planning to try and achieve.
So that's just the building. It's not any part of the landscape.
Correct.
Yeah.
The building itself.
I think that's my only question right now.
All right. Are there any other questions for Attorney Fallon or David? All right, Attorney Fallon, since I'm trying to facilitate this, just for when we get down the road to present it, The motion, what you're seeking a motion to approve is the 4 stories and 46 feet in height. And you've agreed to 4 conditions, one of which is an 8-foot berm and 16-foot arborvitae's planted. The second is removal of the 200 to 400, 16 to 18-foot light fixtures, light poles, and replace with 51-watt 12-foot. The third is trees every 50 feet on the Round Hill side of the road of the berm. And 4 is the lights on this new dorm for the rooms will be on the inside face of the wall. Are those the
Correct.
conditions?
Mr. Frasnelli, anything you'd want to add to that?
Okay, those are the ones that were offered. So I just, for Mr. Keegan, when he chairs the voting, I just wanted to make sure it was set for him.
Thank you.
All right. Now I open this up to people that have comments, whether you are in favor or opposed. I do know, because we received information from a petition from Ms. Murphy, a letter from Mr. Kramer, a letter from Donna Marino, and a letter from Richard Jacobs. But before I get to that, is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the application? Okay. Other than what I said, is there anyone of the people that have submitted information in opposition? Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to the application?
Rogers.
Robert Rogers?
Correct.
Okay. I'll write you down. Anyone else? Mr. Rogers, when you speak, when it's your turn, you're going to have to turn your volume up. Anyone else?
Patrick Hughes, opposed.
What's that?
Patrick Hughes, 53 Round Hill Drive.
Patrick Hughes, okay. Anyone else?
This is Jeff Kramer. Happy to elaborate on what I wrote last night.
Yep,
69.
I'm going to call you guys in order that already submitted if you want to add to that, but the board has received it, so, but I'm not going to stop you from, summarizing it or adding what you want. Anyone else in opposition?
George Borelli, 42 College Park, opposed.
George, what was the last name?
Borelli, Borrelli.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Borelli. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to take them in the order that you have spoke, or first what I have received. The first thing that I have received, or the board had received, was from Ms. Murphy, Melissa and Jim Murphy. If you want, you can put the video on and unmute.
Okay, so I think I'm unmuted. I don't know. Oh, there I am. So my husband is downstairs, so I don't know if he's going to be able to get on. So I'm Melissa Murphy, and I'm at 18 Round Hill Drive. I want to first say thank you, David Frasnelli. I think Fairfield University is very lucky to have you. You really tried to really sell this, and bottom line, we like the berm, and we think it needed to be there 10 years ago. No one is in favor of this dorm. No one. So there is plenty of space interior. Put it on the other side of Regis. Put it add on, but there's plenty of interior space that you can put this dorm. And that's all I have to say. I don't know where my husband is, if he's coming on.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Mr. Kramer?
Yes, thank you. I would agree, appreciate the outreach. I have to admit, I just received the updated proposal last week as far as kind of the proposal on the berm and whatnot. So I'm a little behind in the process here. I would concur on the placement of the dorm. It seems like, and the Fairfield team acknowledged there are a lot of issues with this dorm, and whether it's wetlands or the neighbors, et cetera. So I'm curious why there wasn't or this isn't being contemplated somewhere else in the campus where there is space and it seems more doable elsewhere. And as I mentioned in my letter, from a parking perspective, this does create a lot of issues. We see it on Round Hill Drive. Students are parking there because there's a lack of parking on campus, and some of the neighbors on the street have to call in to have those cars either ticketed or removed. It's going to add more students to that it's already a very concentrated area. It does create a lot of noise at night. There's a lot of speeding on Round Hill Road. So again, I think there's probably somewhere else this could be better located. I would say secondly, if this was approved, so I kind of do a two-step approach here. If this is approved and it does move forward, I guess Round Hill Road's a very iconic road. I think everyone on this call has probably driven up past the university on Round Hill Road, and the treescape that is currently there is pretty unique in Fairfield and pretty one of a kind. And it'd be really sad to see all the trees removed along where the berm is proposed. There's probably a couple that are dead and need to be removed, and it's a little bit disingenuous to show pictures during the winter, given it's the dead of winter and leaves are not out. I think we would all agree that when the leaves are out, there's quite a lot of coverage there, and it actually does. You don't see a lot of the campus during the summer months or when the trees are fully populated. And the plan, thinking about every 50 feet, that's very sparse. I mean, right now it's call it roughly 3 feet. So I think the second request, at least for me, is keep the current treescape in place and figure out a way with the berm to do that. I think unfortunately with the parking, I'm a little concerned that there's going to be a parking garage in the vicinity in the not too distant future, and that we're going to further remove trees along the way, or that's going to further degrade the general area and the property in the area for what right now is quite nice. And I just really don't want to do that to the neighborhood. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Is Donna Marino on the Zoom? She did submit something.
I am on. I really have no further comment other than what I wrote in my letter, that my husband and I do appreciate what David tried to propose, but we do oppose the placement of the dorm at that location. And I would concur with Jeff's comments regarding the treescape, but otherwise no further.
Thank you, Ms. Marino. Mr. Jacobs? So Mr. Jacobs, he submitted an email, but I'm not sure if he's on the call. Okay. Robert Rogers?
Thank you. Want to thank the board for allowing me to speak today. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Robert Rogers. I live with my family. I've lived with my family at 20 College Park Drive for 27 years. By way of physical orientation, my house is the first house on the right as you turn the corner onto College Park Drive from Round Hill Road. My backyard adjoins Fairfield University's campus. Over the past 27 years, my College Park Drive neighbors and I have enjoyed periods of both good and not so good transparency and communication with the university. Unfortunately, we feel at the moment we are currently in a period of minimal communication. One of my neighbors and I first learned of the proposed new dorms in a communication from Jennifer Anderson dated January 19th of this year. On February 3rd, two other neighbors and I met with David and Jennifer at the proposed dorm site for a walk around and to see the renderings of the then proposed 6-story dorm. Part of the discussion included an indication that the incoming freshman class of 1,100 undergraduate students was the largest in its history, and that the university be looking to reach the maximum capacity of 5,000 undergraduates soon. After reviewing the site, we raised concerns about: one, where additional housing for more freshmen and sophomores would be located, and equally, if not more important, where would the needed space for the increased upperclassmen be located? Secondly, light pollution from the new dorm onto College Park Drive, given it would have been a floor higher than Job's and McCormick dorms. And the cantering also would have been outward into the parking lot. Third, critical issue of parking, given the loss of spaces from in the circle in front of Regis and the first row of parking in the general lot fronting Regis, given that parking, even in the current restrictions only to juniors and seniors, has been tight on campus. And anybody who drives through and looks at the parking lot fronting Jogues will see how tight it is now and driving around the campus. Complicating parking further was something that David described, which was that they expected to host a professional lacrosse match and the Special Olympics this summer, although they said he was considering satellite parking for both events, similar to what the university had done for the Irish festivals. David responded that earlier he had shared with First Selectwoman Brenda Kupchak and the staff of the TPC plans for the expansion of enrollment and housing. David also indicated that they were initiating a traffic and parking study to possibly move parking off campus for some of the outside events, but we felt existing campus parking, even with the increased enrollment, would be sufficient. As we closed our visit to the site, David offered to share the presentation on expanded enrollment and housing and renderings of the new building dorm. David and I met last week as he was responding to an issue I had raised with Jennifer unrelated to the new dorm, and indicated that he indicated that the proposed new dorm had been reduced by 1 floor, so it would now be the same height as Jogues. He also mentioned the proposed installation of a major berm, the changing of lights all around the perimeter of the parking lot, the entrance at Round Hill, the parking lot, which parallels the abandoned road backing onto the College Park neighborhood. I reminded David last week that since our meeting in February, we had not received any presentation information he had offered. And David responded that it was available on public websites. 2 follow-up emails with additional requests for information have not been responded to. I've interacted with David for many years, and his lack of response, frankly, is out of character. While I certainly don't always agree with the information he provides and the conclusion he draws, I can only assume that for whatever reason, College Park wasn't considered in some of the communication. As instructed by David, I reached out to research some of the answers to my and the College Park neighbors' questions. On October 12th, 2021, Attorney Fallon, in a TPC presentation and public hearing for the addition of 2 new townhouses, presented the following facts. The university currently has 4,400 graduate students. Over the next 4 years, they wish to increase it to 5,000, approximately 1,200 per class. The new townhouses up to the existing townhouses will accommodate 84 beds. The current townhouses accommodate 540 beds, down from the original design of 570 beds. As part of the new approval of the new townhouses, they also showed the addition of 43 parking spaces by the new townhouses while reconfiguring the current road. To accommodate the increase in undergraduate student population, Mr. Fallon foreshadowed in the meeting, 1, the addition of current proposed new Regis West dorm, proposed at 203 beds, the possible refurbishment of the old Dolan Conference Center, 128 beds, and the addition to Farber Hall to add 64 beds. This was the first time, to my knowledge, that the university had publicly disclosed its desire to grow to 5,000 undergraduate students and the prospective location of the additional housing. While Mr. Fallon in his presentation called this modest growth from 4,400 students, from a historical basis, Fairfield U had 3,027, 3,400, and 3,385 undergraduate full-time students in 1995, 2000, and 2010, respectively, slightly more than a modest growth. Of note is that the university also sought approval to convert the old health center at Dolan's Hall to resident rooms, but I don't know how many beds that would represent. Another question unanswered. And in fact, it's impossible from looking at the university's website to find out just how many beds there are on campus, let alone whether it would cover the increases needed to house junior and seniors, unless the university anticipates that closer to 600 students will reside at the beach and other university properties owned on North Benson and Round Hill Road. My last conversation with David, the reduction of one floor for the new dorms reduces the bed count by 40 some odd beds. So they're going to have to find an added bed somewhere for freshmen and sophomores sometime soon. The actual number of beds in the application, I think, needs to be clarified, as in the filing on the cover section by Mr. Fallon, it still describes 203 beds, while the drawings indicate 165 beds. Pardon me. David also reiterated his desire as part of the project to change out many of the existing lights on the Round Hill Road entrance, the parking lot in front of Jogues, which backs onto College Park Neighbors, and the lights in front of the proposed new dorm and parking lot. As you look at the filings for the new dorm, you can also see that the proposed new dorm will take away net 37 parking spaces. Despite what David talked about with regards to the 43 spaces, the net only, added 5 additional people based upon the reconfiguration of the townhouse parking, the addition of 84 beds. If everybody wants a car up there, the parking situation on the campus will become tighter. With the projected added beds needed and foreshadowed in Mr. Fallon's presentation in October of 2,400 juniors and seniors, plus grad students, staff, vendors, parking on campus will certainly be inadequate. The university has already anticipated this problem, although not communicated to any of the surrounding neighbors, that they will be seeking approval of a 3-story, 440 space parking garage, and that they have already secured the financing for it. The discovery of this information was a pure fluke and certainly did not come from the university. In conclusion, the number of these issues outlined above, I am asking the TPZ to decline or at a minimum put on hold this application until such time as the university submits more information to the neighbors, holds a public meeting to discuss for all neighbors surrounding the whole university, with 1, details as the current bed counts by location, future bed counts needs, proposed location, whether by expansion, refurbishment of existing facilities or brand new facilities. 2, full lighting plan for the proposed new dorm and any modifications of the lights on campus affecting the Round Hill Road and College Park neighborhood. For instance, the university is the university planning on security lighting and cameras on the roof of the new dorm? Those are highly visible from mine on Jogues and also from McCormick. And the way the building juts out, I'll probably see the lights from the dorm. Also, Dave mentioned about how the light fixtures, because of the changes that he wants to make, that basically there'll be more light fixtures there, not less. So I'd like to see a full lighting plan before this proposal moves forward. Sharing the traffic and parking study and recommendations for solving the increased parking issue, the specific location proposed for the new 440 space parking garage. Hopefully we can return to the days when the university is more transparent with the community and has regular neighborhood meetings prior to the launch of any new projects. Dave will remember the positive results of those meetings when they were very early on, when we were very early on presented by the university with their new plans for the nursing home, the nursing school, the existing parking garage, the new convocation centers, where issues of lights, traffic, and parking were reviewed, suggestions, solutions discussed, and ultimately resolved. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Mr. Hughes?
Hi, Patrick Hughes, relatively new neighbor on Round Hill Drive. I primarily echo what Missy Murphy and Jeff Kramer said regarding noise, parking, whether it's on our street or, yes, the rumor Mr. Rogers just spoke to, or evidence of a proposed parking garage, as well as visually. I think, what is improving the visual appearance can be quite subjective. And I think part of the charm of this part of Fairfield and this part of the country in general is, mature, old growth, New England feel. And I would hate to remove that and have a bit more of a manufactured look. While I appreciate the work done by the university an attempt to, shield the view. I do share concern around the visual aspect, both of the, the workaround of the berm and the arborvitae's, as well as, just will it provide coverage of such a large scale building so close to Roundhill Drive? That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Mr. Borelli?
Good evening. I live on College Park. I've been here for 34 years. I am a neighbor of Bob Rogers, and my feelings, I agree 100% with Bob Rogers' excellent presentation on this subject. And I just want to end it there, that I do agree with everything that Bob did say.
Thank you, Mr. Borelli. Just to make sure, is there anyone else that has an opposition comment? Okay. Attorney Fallon, you have the opportunity to address these comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your time this evening. Let me just first address some of the comments we've heard here. With regard to, I think, Mr. Kramer and others' consideration of trees, we're very sensitive to that too. Any work that we do with regard to the trees, the berms, the street trees, will be done in conjunction with the tree warden, who we've already reached out to, and we will be carefully monitored and responsive to whatever recommendations he has with regard to the street trees. That will ensure, I think, that we're going to enhance the streetscape from a tree perspective. Beyond what's there now. I walk that property, around that property almost every day. And while it's true, it's particularly barren in the wintertime, many of those trees do not offer the kind of ambiance and screening that I think will be supplied not only by the berm, but by working with the tree warden in conjunction with our overall plans. With regard to the comments that were made by Mr. Rogers, first of all, I certainly agree that what's before this board as the Zoning Board of Appeals is the reasonableness under the provisions of the statute of the variance of a 6 feet height variance and a 1-story variance for the number of stories. Everybody knows, including all of us, and Mr. Rogers too, that if you should grant that limited variance, this application then has to go on to the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, at which time it will be subject to another public hearing. While you can make conditions of approval, as Mr. Coyne has referenced them and we've committed to, that will require us, in conjunction with those conditions of approval, when we go to the Planning and Zoning Commission, to do a formal lighting plan, because obviously these undertakings just came about over the last few days in our continuing dialogue with the neighbors. And when that lighting plan is prepared for submission to the TPZ, we'll be very happy to share it with Mr. Rogers and the entire neighborhood in the same spirit that we've dialogued with them up to this point. The comments that he quoted me on at the meeting in October were just another example of the university trying to be transparent with the Planning and Zoning Commission and with our neighbors. Obviously, we indicated, as I did tonight in these proceedings, that we did need some modest growth, and I do think 600 is modest growth. But that as we looked at how we were going to accommodate that growth, there were a number of factors. And I mentioned this very application, and that we would probably be seeking approval of a new dormitory. Any and all of those things that we might do in the future with regard to Dolan or any of the other things that Mr. Rogers mentioned would obviously have to be subject to a complete review by the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, and if required, depending on any variances, by this board. So all we're trying to do is maintain a transparent dialogue as far as how we will accommodate this growth, which we need to ensure our long-term viability. And there's nothing secretive about that. As far as the parking comments that were made as it relates to this application, I think Mr. Frassinelli addressed those. And that in terms of any impacts to parking associated with this building, which is what's before the board tonight, that's going to be de minimis based upon the campus-wide analysis that he provided. So there's no attempt to not share with the neighbors. There's an ongoing attempt to ensure that we will. And as we move forward to any other developments, and be it a parking garage, which is not something that is in the application process by any means at this point, we will share that with the neighborhood, just like we did here, not only because it's the right thing to do from a neighbor relations perspective, but it's because it's in our interest to do it too. And Mr. Rogers and all the neighbors can be assured of that. So at the end of the day, I come back to where I started. Context. We've revised this application so that we are seeking a 6 feet height variance to allow us to construct a dormitory of 46 feet that's immediately adjacent to dorms that are already 58.8 feet and 58.8 feet, that being Regis and Jogues, Gonzaga at 54.3 feet, Campion at 53.8 feet, and Loyola at 59.04 feet. So we've taken this to a scale where it is, in fact, very compatible and much less than what's already there. Secondly, we have addressed meaningfully the desire to mitigate any impact on this new building, on our neighbors, be they on Round Hill Road, College Place, or anywhere else. And as I said before, our plan does that, and at the same time, it dramatically addresses and improves existing views and impacts based upon what's there now. That, taken into conjunction with the commitments we've made with regard to lighting, I think will have a positive impact. Not only allow us to have these, and it is 165 beds, and the reason my material says 203 is because that was submitted before we made the concessions that we've made. But that'll allow us to have these much needed beds, and at the same time, we honestly believe address an existing conditions that can be improved, and that we are willing to improve in conjunction with the approval of this application. And then in the final analysis, it always comes back to the statute. All of those things, I think, satisfy the first part of the statute, which is that we are not going to have any adverse impact on the comprehensive plan. And our two elements of hardship here are, one, the impact of the amended applications, the amended regulations to the campus. And that is something that the board has many, many times found to be a proper basis for a finding of hardship to granting a variance for the sections that we are asking for. And then secondly, in this specific instance, the case law that's cited in my material that says the presence and impacts of wetlands constraints on the property also provide a basis for hardship. And in this case, it's a basis for hardship. It asks for a 6 foot variance in height. So we hope you'll consider all this. We thank the board for their time and attention. We thank the neighbors for their time and attention and remarks. We want to continue to work with our neighborhood. We think this application will in fact benefit the neighborhood, and we'll stand committed to continuing in that effort in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Fallon. I'm going to close the hearing on number 2, 1073 North Benson Road. We'll be taking that up at the end. Our next item is number 3, 75 Old South Road, map 241, parcel 156A as an apple. Petition of Haley and Christopher Milligan for a variance of the zoning regulations, section 5.2.5, to increase the total lot coverage from 15%, currently 16.1%, proposing 16%. Permission to construct a chimney, premises R3 zone. I think Mr. White is presenting this. Matt is, I thought Tanner White was presenting.
Yes, he's on. I'm just trying to see if I can unmute him.
Okay.
He may have stepped away.
I'm here, sorry.
There we go.
All right, go ahead, Mr. White.
Okay, so my name is Tanner White. I'm representing the Milligans on 75 Old South. It's been a bit of a long road, but we have a previous approval to build a new structure in the stead of a previously existing structure. The existing structure that was there had a coverage of 16%, and we got a previous approval to build a new house there at 15.9%, and we are adding a chimney on the side of the family room, which will bring the coverage to 16%.
Okay.
And I will share my screen.
Okay. All right. Great.
Here. So here we go. So this is the previous approved survey. On the right, you can see that the existing conditions were 16.1%. That was the existing house that we were demolishing. And then this previous approval was for the new house at 15.9%. So the footprint is here. And then the new survey that we're showing is right here. So this is the new addition to the proposal. It's just obviously a wood burning chimney here, and it brings our lot coverage up to 16%. So we're adding about 100, or not 100 square feet. Just let's see here, whatever that is. We're going from 4115 to 4127. So we're adding a nominal amount of square footage. Our variance that we were previously under, our hardship was the irregular lot shape here, due to the fact that our lot has an irregular shape over here with this long access road over here. That square footage of this lot is not able to be counted towards our coverage allowable, and so that was our hardship. So our hardship is a irregular lot shape. Had we not had the irregular lot shape, had this been all within the encompassing lot area, we would not need to seek a variance. We're asking for a nominal small amount of square foot increase here, just to add a wood burning chimney on the side of the house. And then I've got some plans and elevations to kind of show where that is. And that's here. Let's see here. It's right over here on the floor plans. And then on elevations, you can see it on the side of the house over there. And then we did some outside renderings here, just showing where it's going over there. So again, just to kind of reiterate what I said, we're asking for a square footage increase of a lot coverage for the variance, going from 15.9 to 16% for the addition of this wood burning chimney. Our hardship is the irregular lot shape, and again, it's a minor square footage increase that we're asking for. But if there's any other questions that you guys have, I'm happy to answer those now. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. White. Does the board have any questions for Mr. White? And can you remove your share screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Seeing no questions. Is there anyone that wishes to speak either in favor or opposed to this application? Please give me your name and the position that you have. All right. Hearing none, we're going to close the hearing on 75 Old South Road. We'll take that up at the end. Next item is 536 Post Road, map 141, parcel 60, petition of McDonald's USA LLC, care of Treves Corporation, for a variance of the zoning regulations, section 28.6.12, to reduce the total number of parking spaces from 43, proposing 30, permission to add a second drive-through lane, premises DCD zone. Ms. Bonenberger?
Hi, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can we get Matt to mute caller 11, please?
Done.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Kelly Bonenberger, and I am from Bowler Engineering, which is located at 65 LaSalle Road in West Hartford, Connecticut. And I'm here on behalf of McDonald's US LLC, seeking a parking variance for the addition of a side-by-side drive-through at the existing McDonald's, which is located at 536 Post Road. Am I allowed to share my screen?
Yes, you are.
All right, can you guys all see it?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
This McDonald's is located within the designed commercial district, and the property is made up of 3 parcels. 2 of them are lease parcels from the state of Connecticut, and they're at the top and the bottom of the McDonald's site. The site currently contains an existing McDonald's with a parking lot and a single drive-through lane that contains 1 order point and 1 menu board. And then we are proposing to add an additional order point and menu board in a side-by-side configuration. For your reference, north is pointing to the top right of the screen, and at the north of the site is Kings Highway Cutoff, and at the south of the site is Post Road. And the whole intent of this design is to not only increase the efficiency of the existing drive-through, but to also increase the operations of this existing McDonald's. So in the middle, you can see that we are proposing to add 2 menu boards and order points, which will then add an additional drive-through lane on the outside. The landscape area of the site will be increased since we are adding a landscaping island, and then areas of existing asphalt are now being proposed to be landscaped. And then new pavement markings around the site will also be added. But since an additional drive-through lane has been added, about 13 parking spaces have been removed to still allow for a 25-foot bypass lane to keep site circulation in existing conditions. The restaurant use requires 38 parking spaces, and in existing conditions, there are 43 parking spaces, which 17 of these parking spaces are located within the lease areas at the top and the bottom of the site. And then in proposed conditions, there will be 30 spaces, which again, 17 of these spaces are on those 2 lease parcels. Here are some photographs that were taken during lunchtime on a Friday, and you can see that the drive-through lane is pretty full, where the parking lot is a little empty, and these parking spaces in the rear would be the ones that are getting removed. This picture kind of shows the drive-through lane again at a different angle. And then this picture shows that these parking spaces would be removed too. So removing these parking spaces will eliminate potentially conflict points of, say, someone trying to back up into the bypass lane or potentially backing up into that drive-through lane. So eliminating those spaces, no one would be backing up into that lane anymore or backing up into the drive-through. And then at this existing McDonald's, about 80% of their sales are actually done through the drive-through, and only 20% of the sales are done from people actually coming inside. So on your screen now is a stacking exhibit of existing versus proposed conditions. And on the left, you can see that about 13 cars can be within the drive-through limits in existing conditions. And then on the right, in proposed conditions, about 15 cars can now be within that queue. So McDonald's has noticed at this location the need to increase their drive-through efficiency and operations at this existing site, which they're trying to do by adding in that side-by-side layout. Do you guys have any questions about what we are proposing?
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for Mrs. Bonenberg? Can you take that so I can see? Okay. Yeah, Jane, go ahead.
Hi, can you tell me what the hardship is?
The hardship was the irregular lot shape, since they are leasing 2 parcels from off-site. So the parking count of the actual number on site couldn't be met because they had to lease other areas from the state.
Okay, and then my next question is, you're reducing the number of parking spaces, are you also going to be reducing the number of seats inside?
No, the seats will be remaining the same inside. The building, is remaining.
So you're going to have 8 less than you're required if you don't
Correct.
take out any seats. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
All right.
And yes.
That's it.
All right, any other questions? Brian?
I'll ask the same question I always ask when parking spaces come out. The requisite handicap spaces will not be affected.
Yeah, they're remaining the same.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? All right, hearing no other questions, is there anyone that wishes to speak in either favor or in opposition to the application, 536 Post Road? Please give me your name and your position. All right, hearing nothing, we're going to close the hearing on 536 Post Road. I just want to, we're but almost on 3 hours. Does the board need any break right now? Or should we plow on? Okay. All right. Number 5, 116 Sherman Street, map 180, parcel 102, petition of MTM Sherman Street LLC for a variance of the zoning regulations, section 28.6.6, to reduce the total number of required spaces from 18, proposing 13. Permission to construct a new 3-story mixed-use building, premises CDD zone. Attorney Fallon, I believe this is yours.
It is, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon again, members of the board. For the record, my name is John Fallon. I'm here representing Michael Meehan and Meehan Law with regard to this application, which, as the chair indicates, seeks approval of the development of a mixed-use office and residential building at 116 Sherman Street. My office happens to be kind of right more or less across the street at 53 Sherman Street. So I'm familiar with this neighborhood, and I know the board is too. It's basically housed by primarily business and professional offices, and there's a substantial element of residential mixed use on that street as well. The purpose here is to provide a new home for Meehan Law in the building, and also 2 residential units to be located above. A few words about Meehan Law. It's been in existence since 1961, primarily located in Bridgeport. It's a very, very highly regarded firm for those many decades, going on 67 years, providing a generation of clients with the best and highest quality of services. The firm is presently comprised of 3 Fairfield residents and Fairfield homeowners: Michael T. Meehan, Richard J. Meehan Jr., and Richard J. Meehan. The roots of the family run deep in our legal community. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the first and founding partner, Richard T. Meehan Sr. Judge Meehan was a mentor to many of us. He was the first police officer in the history of Connecticut to become a lawyer, and then he became a highly regarded judge of the Superior Court. His son, Richard T. Meehan Jr., has been practicing law in that same spirit for the last 40 years. He's one of the most highly regarded criminal defense and civil litigators in the state, with over 50 years of experience. He served 2 terms as the chair of the Judicial Review Council. And then Michael Meehan, the 3rd generation of Meehan lawyers, is now the managing partner of the firm. He has 3 daughters, all raised in the Fairfield public school system. And he remains in his very strong practice, very much committed to the same spirit of excellence that were passed on to him by his grandfather and his father. Getting to the aspects of this application, this provides a wonderful opportunity for the Meehan Law Firm, and all of them being Fairfield residents, to find a new facility where they can conveniently and very efficiently meet the needs, the ongoing needs of their clients. The location is obviously very central on Sherman Street, very convenient, not only for them and the clients, many of whom are Fairfield residents, but very compatible with the downtown area and the center design district that we are always seeking to keep vital and improving. The proposal, the specific proposal, is to construct, as set forth in the plans, a beautifully designed building that was designed by Fairfield architects Phil Cerrone and Nick DeMaio. I'll call on Mr. Cerrone in a minute just to give you a brief overview with regard to the application. With regard to the variance, it saw a few comments with regard to the firm itself, which I think are highly relevant. The firm is a boutique law firm. It has a total of 10 employees, including the lawyers. 6 of those do generally work full-time in the office. The other 4 employees work part-time and generally remotely. The firm has historically operated Monday through Friday between 8:30 p.m. and 5 p.m. And as a boutique firm, Meehan Law represents no more than 50 clients at any one time. Client meetings are by appointment only and are conducted in person, but also more and more in this hopefully post-COVID environment remotely. The regular business of the firm is also often conducted out of the office, including client meetings and legal proceedings, as well as virtual court appearances, which have become quite common. The point being that this is not a high generating law practice in terms of client interaction. And because of the size of the firm, the nature of the practice, and the manner in which it provides its services to its clients, the office is going to very well be suited for this location and the number of parking spaces I'll elaborate on that we provide. The 2 residential units, which are also proposed, are going to provide additional housing inventory for our downtown and are obviously consistent with the past approvals, encouraging such mixed use in the Center Design Business District. As this board knows, because it's played a great role in seeing that happen, the introduction of mixed use residential in the Center Design District has had a lot to do with ensuring the vibrancy of that downtown center business to the envy of a lot of other communities. So these 2 units will be certainly consistent with that approach. The technical variance that we seek is one that involves section 28.6.6 of the regulations in order to reduce the required parking for this proposed mixed-use development from 18 spaces to 13. In calculating that required parking, obviously the provisions of section 28.6.1 with regard to the required parking reduction for residential uses in a mixed-use development has been applied. Before I talk about the legal underpinnings of the application, I'd like to introduce Philip Cerrone, Philip Cerrone Architects here in Fairfield, and he'll give you a brief overview of our architectural design. Philip.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon or good evening, all commissioners. If I could just share my screen here.
Yes, of course.
So assuming you can see that, this is the existing survey, just to kind of orient you. So there's an existing building towards the street. That's more of a residential style building here. It's a 2.5-story building. Driveway down the side, which is a relatively narrow driveway. Then there's a garage in the back here, a 2-car garage, and there's some parking spaces here. And this is basically undeveloped in the back of the property. Our proposal is to basically knock down the existing buildings, both existing buildings that are there. One of the reasons for that is the narrow driveway doesn't really meet the town regulations. So we needed to make the building narrower in the front so that we could have a 2-way driveway. So it's 12 feet, 12-foot lane in, 12-foot lane out. So you would have a lane that comes in here. The footprint of the building is this cross-hatched area right here. That's what's on the first floor. The other dotted area here is what's actually a 2nd floor and 3rd floor of the building. And then so you would drive in here. When you come to the back, there'd be parking spaces over here, a couple on this side, some of them under the building, including our handicap space here. And you'll see in a second we have elevators and stuff in the building there. We did meet with both the engineering department and the local fire marshal, and they're both good with our plans. We've reviewed them with them. We made a couple of tweaks after meeting with them the first time, but they basically have approved all of these plans that you see in front of you. As far as the building itself goes, on the first floor, so this is actually the street level here. I could turn this. So on the first floor, as I said, you're driving in here and you're driving out here. It's really just a small space on the first floor here. You have a little entrance in the front with a stair and a bathroom, some office space here. And then this is the accessible entrance. Both entrances are actually accessible, but this is the handicap in the back. You'd enter in here. There's an elevator that'll take you up to all the floors in the building here. Staircase here with an emergency egress door on the side over here. And then a little bit of bike storage on the side of the building. And at the back, we have our parking. When you get to the next floor, so the second floor, it's a little bit of a hybrid building in that the residential is on the second floor. So we have a small office space on the first, 2 apartments on the second floor. We have an apartment in the front, apartment in the back, stair and elevator in the middle with a second staircase in the front here, little outdoor balcony for the apartments on the second floor. And then when you get to the third floor, so the third floor would be means office space. So basically we have a couple conference rooms, some offices around the perimeter, again, elevator and stair in the middle, another staircase in the front. And then we're planning on some roof deck space. So part of this roof deck in the front would be for the residential area, and this roof deck here would be for the office space. Again, the elevator and the stair also goes up to the roof itself. On the exterior, this is an elevation or a rendering of, basically we just put it right into the photographs we took of the street. So this is the residential style building next door. This is the office building that's on the other side of us over here, which is actually, I believe, 5 stories. And you can see this space back here, this part of the building is actually part of that office building that's next door to us. So on the exterior of the building, it's going to be a lot of glass on the one side of the building that faces the driveway area and the front. The exterior of the building is composite panels on both the first floor and the second floor. Again, it's 3 stories. This is the stair tower, and then this is the or balcony space that's up on the roof. If you want, I could just show you just really quickly the actual elevations of the building. So this is the side of the building that faces that'll face the driveway. There's some punched windows in the front area, more where the utilitarian spaces are. These are all the offices. This is the balcony on the residential level, and then you'd be parking underneath part of the building here. This is the street elevation of the building. Again, the aesthetics of it are somewhat similar to the Equinox. I know that's a building you guys probably are all familiar with, but it's kind of got that same kind of vibe to it, with the large glass panels and the composite wood and stone panels on the rest of it. So that's kind of a quick thumbnail of the building. It's a total of 6,700 square feet, of which includes 2 apartments, which are about 1,000 to 1,100 square feet each. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Phil. I'd like to address the legal standards associated with the application. And you can, Phil, if you want to take down your screen. Okay, thank you. So as the board knows, pursuant to 8-6A3 and the case law, the Adolphson case and others, there's a 2-part test to examine a variance. The first set is that the variance that is requested must be shown not to substantially affect the comprehensive zoning plan. Let me address that. In this particular instance, the comprehensive zoning plan will not be negatively impacted in that the proposed use of the property is a permitted use, a permitted mixed use utilization of the property, which is explicitly permitted in this zone and indeed in this neighborhood is abundant. Our appellate court has held in the Egan case that if the use to be made after a variance is granted is a permitted use under the zoning regulations, the first part of the test is met. In addition, with regard to the only variance that we seek, and I would want to point that out, we seek no variances but the 5-space parking waiver. Setbacks, coverage, everything else will comply. With regard to the parking waiver and the first part of the statutory test, I think the things that I mentioned before and the reason I mentioned them are highly relevant. The firm only employs 6 individuals working full-time at the office, Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5. The balance of the employees are part-time and generally work remotely. They have a very limited active client base that they serve during any one period. And the regular business of the firm is often conducted out of the office using the benefit of virtual technology in order to address considerations of client convenience and office efficiency. All these factors ensure appropriate provision for parking will be had as a result of this application and this proposal. Furthermore, with regard to the matter of the residential use, the two residential units, and this is confirmed by the experience generally in the Center District, those mixed-use developments in the district, on-site parking for those residents will be generally available totally during the times when they are most sought by the residents, and those are in the evening hours and on weekends. So we think that the first part of the test is clearly satisfied. As Phil mentioned, we have had this reviewed and met with the fire marshal and the engineering department. They have approved this and they are in favor of it. Now, with regard to the hardship, the law recognizes, and I think the board has previously found, with regard to properties located in the Center Design Business District, that the application of the current parking regulations to properties previously existing and non-conforming prior to the adoption of these parking regulations establishes a hardship basis sufficient to grant the variance that we're requesting for parking, provided the first part of the test is met. And at page 4 of my material, I cite all those cases which stand for that proposition. That's well borne out by this neighborhood. As I said, this is where my office is located. All of these buildings on Sherman Street were created before the adoption of zoning regulations. Most all of them are non-conforming, as are most of the properties in the Center District. And the board has been cognizant of that in the past, and in accordance with the spirit of Section 8-6, has seen fit to grant flexibility to these parking regulations, provided that you are satisfied that it's not going to create an undue parking problem. And that's why I've spent the time emphasizing the unique boutique nature of the Meehan Law Firm and how this site is well suited for their use. So by way of summary, Meehan Law and the Meehan family have a very rich tradition of providing exceptional legal services to clients, many of whom are Fairfield residents, as they are themselves. The relocation of their offices to their hometown of Sherman Street, as proposed, is going to have a very positive economic impact on our downtown center. Is also very consistent, this mixed-use proposal, with the purpose and goals of the design business district, the Center Design Business District. And I hope you'll agree that the application meets the technical requirements for your consideration pursuant to Section 8-6 and is consistent with the historic character of the surrounding area as it relates to the business and professional offices and similar mixed-use developments. So Mr. Cerrone and I would be pleased to answer any questions that you might have, and we appreciate your consideration and time with regard to this application.
Thank you, Attorney Fallon. Does the board have any questions? Go ahead, Jane.
Hi. How many parking spaces are required for the 2 apartments?
The parking under the provisions of the regulation that allows a 50% reduction for residential parking in the Center Design Business District, a total of 2, because under the regulations, normally you would require 2 parking spaces per residential unit, but
Right.
under the provisions of the regulations, you're allowed a 50% reduction.
So will
And
the
so, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So will the 2 spaces that are designated for the apartments be, will there be a sign saying apartment parking only in their spots?
No, we don't plan on doing that, and that's not something that's been done generally with mixed-use developments around town, because the pattern that one finds, generally speaking, is that the residents are there. They may, leave for parts of the day, and then when they return, especially in the evenings on weekends, there is everybody. They can have any choice of the spaces they want. So we don't perceive there'll be a problem. Obviously, we want this to be an attractive living option for the tenants. So I suppose if, unlike other mixed-use developments, there ever was a parking issue or a tenant complaint, we could address that in the manner you're suggesting, but I don't think we plan on doing that because we don't think it'll be a problem, but we will monitor it.
There's no street parking on that whole length of Sherman Street, correct?
Well, there is, yeah, no, there is on the other side of the street. It's absolute street parking. I know that from being there for.
But the side of this building, there's no parking permitted.
I don't know if it's extreme, but the parking is generally on the other side of the building, on the other side of the street, correct?
So, and the number of parking spaces is tied to the square footage of the building, correct?
The square footage of the building plus the two for the residential use, correct?
So if the building was designed to be smaller, you wouldn't need as many parking spaces and you could fulfill the zoning requirements, correct?
The problem with that is often the case is, first of all, when you look at the site, which in and of itself, I think creates a substantial hardship because of its narrow, unique size, it would make it very difficult to accommodate 18 spaces on that site in any event. The other thing is we want the office use particularly to be functional for the Meehan firm. And this is not a huge building. It's reasonably sized to meet the needs of this smaller boutique law firm. And if we tried to make it smaller, I don't think we could accommodate that, which could create more problems in terms of issues. So yes, we've tried to size the building to be modestly sized in accordance with the needs of the boutique firm, but the size of the parcel being what it is, we think that the 5-space waiver is reasonable. And as I've emphasized throughout, that will work for this firm because there's very, very little client-related traffic and only 13 only 6 full-time employees.
So what happens in the future when this firm goes to another building and another office occupant comes in?
The two answers I would have to that, one is probably not the answer that you're looking for, but I can assure you that Mr. Meehan is here for the long haul, so that's not likely to happen. But the other thing I would say to you is a firm that would want to relocate is going to want to make sure that the nature of its operations are such that that location works for them. So that if they had a more intensive operation, be it a law firm or other kind of a firm that required additional parking because they had a lot of in-client interaction during the day, then this probably would not be the site for them. So I think it's somewhat self-regulating.
And then the last question is the leasable space on the ground floor. Is that office space or is that retail space or what is that space?
No, that's Phil. That's office space. Correct.
That's correct.
And how many parking spaces are required for that space?
The total, based upon the square footage of the building.
Yeah.
The office square footage, a total of 16 spaces are required. We have 13. So based upon the provisions of the regulations, gross square footage of the office area, 16 spaces are required.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Harold, go ahead.
Yes, this is Harold Zawatsky. The existing parking spaces, 18 parking spaces, how does anyone know how they're currently being utilized? Are they being utilized by the public or by neighbors?
No, Commissioner, I don't think there are actually 16 spaces on site now. Phil, do you know how many spaces there are? You could pull that up. But I can tell you while he's checking that, they have been used solely by the occupants of that building, which has basically been an office use since I've been on the street, which goes back to 1995.
Yeah, John, we have the existing survey doesn't have the spaces lined, but the back half of the lot beyond the garage is not parked on. I'm going to guess there's only 6 or 8 spaces on site currently.
That would be my observation. But to answer your question, Commissioner Ray, it has been used in the past as an office use, and the on-site parking has been used in conjunction with the office use, not public parking.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to the application, 116 Sherman Street? Give me your name and your position. Hearing no comment, I'm going to close the hearing on 116 Sherman Street. Thank you, Attorney Fallon. Mr. Cerrone, we'll take that up at the end.
Thank you very much.
Our next item is number 6, 249 Palmetto Drive, map 177, parcel 87. Petition of Jennifer Skinner and Michael Pullenberry for a variance of zoning regulations, section 5.2.5, to increase the total lot coverage and total floor area from 20% and 40%, currently 19.9% and 38.6%, proposing 25.5% and 44.1%. Permission to construct a one-story addition over existing patio, premises A zone. Attorney Kubik, you're presenting this? You need to unmute, Attorney Kubik.
You'd think I'd learn. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Joe Kubik, and I'm a lawyer with Harlow, Adams, and Friedman in Milford, Connecticut. And I represent Jen Skinner and Mike Pullenberry. And why don't you guys wave just so they can see you? There they are. Okay. And that's Emma, by the way, in the middle. They own and reside at 249 Palmetto Drive, which of course is in a Residence A zone. And Jen and Mike are requesting that the ZBA vary section 5.2.5 as to their property for lot coverage and floor area. And they want to go from 20% to 25.5% and 40% for floor coverage to 44.1%. And they'd like to construct a screened-in porch on an existing patio. And the history of the neighborhood is that this neighborhood, this Palmetto, Doreen Drive, and Partridge, were all kind of built out in the late 1950s into the early 60s. And back then, they were all substantially all ranches, small ranches. And as you probably are aware, the neighborhood certainly is changing. I'm going to share my screen now. And okay, see if this works. Can you see this, see the photograph?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is the bluestone patio that was constructed at the time of their new home construction off the back of the property. And another view. Patio. Patio again. And one more shot of the patio. But this is also showing the sun setting in the west. So the point of this photograph and other doc exhibits will be that this patio, the back of the house has full southern exposure. The existing bluestone is beautiful and a nice choice, but with full sun, it heats up. And if you've ever walked on a black asphalt surface that's been in the sun all day, soaking in the sun all day, you know how hot it can get. And that's essentially what's happened with this bluestone. No one really, I guess, figured out that the bluestone would heat up to that extent. So what's being proposed is a screened-in porch over the top of the existing patio. So there'd be no change to the coverage that patio currently has on the ground, except now they're seeking to be able to put a roof over it and have it screened in so that they can use it during hot weather. So again, essentially no change to the current impervious surfaces on the property, but obviously the change is to screen it in. So we also have some photographs of the backyard. And these are different shots showing fencing and a lot of vegetative screening. You can see it all around the back of the property. so that the impact certainly on the neighborhood is slim to none. Again, that's another shot of the backyard, all different views. Another problem with this property, and it's really become, I guess the whole neighborhood is affected by it. So it's not unique to this property. Certainly the southern exposed patio is unique to this property, but this is the neighborhood, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. Partridge, Palmetto, and Doreen. A very nice, quiet, and the only reason you come into this neighborhood is because you're going there to see somebody or to deliver something. It's not a pass-through community at all. But one of the things that could be noticed is all of the water. Here's the Perry's Mill Pond. You've got a swamp here, a swamp here, swamp here. It's more swamps. And what this does is it causes the breeding of mosquitoes, which are particularly bad in this neighborhood. And most of the neighbors certainly would attest it. We do have a couple letters that address that I'll get to in a little bit. But another purpose for this aerial view is the nature of the neighborhood. And mind you, these back in the late 50s were all ranches, but you can see over the course of 60 plus years, there's been a lot of additions to these properties. There's up here to the upper left corner is a house that was under construction at the time. Here is my client's property right here. You can actually see the patio from the satellite photo. And currently right now, there are two other houses that are big houses that are being put up in this neighborhood. So that's the way of this neighborhood. It's clearly going that way. And as people come to these old ranches, it makes sense to take them down and put up new houses. So that's what's happening there. The idea of the screened-in porch would allow this property, this patio, which is essentially unusable during the summertime, given the heat from the patio itself, and the mosquito infestations as soon as the dusk arrives. That screening in the patio and putting a roof over it will allow this essentially unusable patio in the summer to be usable. The neighborhood has had other variances for lot coverage. In particular, one for 218 Palmetto, which is a neighboring very close neighboring property, and another at 221 Palmetto. So these are the closest ones I could find to the property. But I know this board is inundated with lot coverage applications and variances, and some get granted, some don't, certainly. But it's the way of Fairfield, I believe, and the way these neighborhoods are redeveloping over time. So, in support of my client's application is the petition, and my client's house is 249, and all around it, all these X's mark folks that have signed the petition. So all of the neighbors across the street and all the abutters have signed off on this. There's actually a total of 16 households in the neighborhood that did sign off on this. And all 16 are not reflected in here. Some of them are outside the map area. So there's been substantial support for this project by the neighbors. Also we have two letters. One is from the Osbornes that live at 250 Palmetto, right across the street, and the Tormies at 232 Palmetto. And they both address, and I believe that Matt Tech, I sent all these by email to Matt, so I assume you guys have them. But both of the letters address how hot this patio gets. As an example, you can't sit on it, you can't walk on it bare feet. They're concerned about the small kids on this heat, and as well as the mosquito issue. So that a screened-in porch alleviates what I claim are hardships, and I agree they're somewhat of an unusual hardship, but they are. This property is better, and it makes it more usable when this porch gets screened in. So what we claim as our hardship is the unusual, and what is unusual and unique to this property is the fact that this patio, let me get out of here, unshare. This patio, as lovely as it is, isn't really functional for the purpose it was meant for. And along with the mosquito infestation, which again is bad for the entire neighborhood. When those mosquitoes come out at feeding time, it's impossible to sit out there. That the hardship is that the patio is virtually unusable during the summer days. And we contend, based upon the nature of the neighborhood that I've shown you, that what we're requesting does not substantially affect the comprehensive zoning plan of the neighborhood. And that strict compliance of the zoning regs causes unusual hardship, which is unnecessary to the general purposes of the regulations. Indeed, in light of the support from the neighbors, how this addition is intended to be situated and screened by fence and vegetation, that we request that you consider and grant our request for this variance as to coverage and floor square footage. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Kubik. Does the board have any questions for Attorney Kubik? Jane, yes, go ahead.
Hi. Is this a pre-existing non-conforming lot?
No, it actually just barely makes it. It's right on the money as far as square footage.
So it's totally conforming.
Yeah, if you look at, yeah.
Yeah, so that's my first, well, the next question is, if this bluestone patio has been so bad, why not just remove it?
Beautiful. I mean, it was an expensive patio to put in.
So, or plant trees to shade it, or some other way of.
Yeah, well, they've tried umbrellas, but the thing, this heats up. You'd have to have trees very close to the house, which I think then lends other issues to the well-being of that property.
And can you just say one more time what the hardship is that you believe?
Yes, because of the nature of the direction that this property faces, the patio is full southern exposure that lends itself to being in the sun all day long, which causes the temperature on that bluestone to rise to very, very hot and almost dangerous temperatures.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Attorney Kubik? Having no other questions, is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to the application 249 Palmetto Drive? Give me your name and your position. All right, hearing no comments either way, I'm going to close the hearing on 249 Palmetto Drive. Thank you, Mr. Attorney Kubik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The next item that we have is number 7, which is 257 Reef Road. That has been withdrawn. After that, we have 288 Roland Road, map 182, parcel 96, petition of Andrew Schultz and Tajar Risa for a variance of the zoning regulation, section 5.2.5, to increase the lot coverage and total floor area from 20% and 40%, currently 18.83% and 28.65%, proposing 25% and 48%. Permission to construct a rear deck and a 2-story addition, premises A zone. Attorney Russo, you're presenting this?
Yes, Chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Chris Russo with Russo and Rizzio LLC, offices at 10 Saskill Hill Road in Fairfield. Here on behalf of the applicants for the property located at 288 Roland Road in the Residence A zone. Good to see the commission. Commissioner Zawadzki, good to see you over from BAA. You now have to see me monthly rather than annually, so sorry about that. But here before you on an application for a detached accessory garage. Our office has been before you a number of times for properties on Roland Road, including Attorney Rizzio's actually. And a lot of times that is driven by the lot sizes in this area, which tend to be non-conforming. This site is one of them. It is non-conforming as to lot area at only 7,500 square feet, where 9,375 square feet is required in the zone. So it's pretty significantly under the required lot area. It's also a narrow lot, as they tend to be in this area. The lot square is only 50 feet, where 75 feet is required. The site currently contains a single-family dwelling with a pre-existing non-conforming garage that is in pretty bad condition and needs to come down. Many of the properties in this section of Roland Road are similarly situated, with the principal dwelling up front and a detached garage in the back due to the narrow lots. Many of the garages are non-conforming as to setback, whether it be side setback or rear setback. And I'll go through some pictures with you later, showing that there's a number of garages that are 2 stories, like the one we are proposing today. This particular section of Roland Road is quite charming and quaint. Many of the homes are around a century old. My client's was built in 1929, and many of the houses are not raised. As you get closer to the beach, that's where you start to see the raised homes with the garage doors out front, but not here in this section. It's maintained its quaint and historic charm. My kids would also tell you it's the best block in Fairfield for Halloween. It's really it's got a great communal feel in this neighborhood. But as I stated, my client's garage is in bad condition, so he is faced with taking it down and replacing it. So I will share my screen right now. Is that showing up for you?
Yes, it is, Chris.
Okay, great. So if you look at the site plan, and I'll zoom in here so you can see the principal dwellings up here in the front, and then all the way along the back, you can see the existing garage, which we are proposing to remove. You can see right here on this corner of it, it's only 2.8 feet from the side property line, so it's significantly non-conforming as to setback. Obviously, also not FEMA compliant. And in addition, while it is 2 garage bays, practically it's not a 2-car garage. It's only 18.1 feet in width. So you could pull a car in, but you really couldn't. You could pull 2 cars in, but you really couldn't open the doors, frankly. So the proposal from my client is to remove this garage, which would eliminate the setback nonconformity, increase the size of the garage so it could actually fit 2 cars and you could actually open the doors and get out of it, and locate it directly behind the existing dwelling. So, you know, maintaining that character with the garage in the back. So what you see from the street is really just going to be the front of the principal dwelling. And this new structure will be completely conforming as to setback. To show you the floor plan, you can see here are the two garage bays. There's a stairwell that's attached to it to access the second floor, and this second floor has 2 offices and 2 storage closets, as well as a half bath. I would say, since the pandemic, a majority of the applications I've submitted to you is for additional floor area for a home office. While many people have gone to work, many have gone back with staggered schedules, where they are part-time at the office and part-time at home, and that is the case with both of my clients. And so while it's nice to have the work office back, people still need to maintain an office at home, and this is what my clients are proposing to do on the second floor, and you can see that on the floor plan. And getting to the stairwell, we obviously need a stairwell to get to that second floor, and you can see where we chose to enclose that stairwell, which is in character with the other detached garage structures in the neighborhood. Nobody really has open stairwells to their garages, so we, in keeping with that, we enclose this stairwell to access this second floor. Going back to the site plan, to try to mitigate as much as we could the increase in our floor area and our lot coverage, which is where we need variance. We are proposing to remove a portion of the principal dwelling. You can see right here in the back right, there's this little bump out that's here. We're proposing to remove that, as well as the steps that are behind it. And also, you can see over here, there's a larger landing and set of stairs in the back left. We are also proposing to remove that. The deck that you see here that will connect the back of the principal dwelling to the garage is below 12 inches to make sure we didn't contribute to building coverage for that. So we've tried to in reconstructing this garage, making it functional, and enclosing this stairwell to get up to the second floor. We've tried to mitigate that by removing these things. My client met with his neighbors. I submitted petitions in support. I just wanted to show a overhead map to show that we have the support of all of our abutting neighbors, and particularly they're ones all marked in X. But particularly we have the support of our two abutting neighbors on the side who would be able to see this structure, as well as the neighbor to the rear who would also be the most affected by it. Also wanted to just go through some photos that I have of the site and of the neighborhood. So you can see here's the principal dwelling front. Again, and this is something you find in this section, this type of house. Though this is probably one of the more modest houses that are in this section. But again, it's about a century old, and a lot of the houses in the area look like this. I'm just gonna go through. Here you can see the garage. You can see the roof is caving in. It's in pretty rough shape. The front of it is very deteriorated. You can see how narrow it is. It's really not something you would pull two cars into and be able to practically use it. And you can also see it's basically right here along the property line with this neighbor. So we're proposing to tear this down and then locate it behind the principal dwelling. And you can see the yard here. This is where basically where the dead grass is, or at least a portion of the dead grass is that's where the new garage would go. Looking in the neighborhood, because a lot of these houses don't have the garage up front, and they're not raised, so they're not, they don't have the living floors above the garage floors. A lot of things, what you see is what you have here, where there's the garage doors behind the principal dwelling and on the side, basically exactly like we're proposing. Here's a picture of it's a detached garage, but you can see it's a 2-story like we're proposing. You also find, especially on the corner lots, that again, there's no garage up in the front along Roland Road. You go around the back and the garages are located in the rear. And then I just have a series of pictures that I'll try to run through quickly, but again, just trying to show you these 2-story garages that you see along Roland Road. Here's another, it's a pretty significant one along Roland Road. Our garage is actually more conforming than many of these, as some of these are non-conforming as the side setback. See here, this is another pretty significant detached garage. There's another example of some houses that have the parking on the side, like we're proposing. And then, let's see. So just trying to show you as many examples as I could of other 2-story detached garages as we're proposing. So stop sharing. So regarding the requirements for granting a variance, there is no substantial effect on the comprehensive zoning plan. The single-family dwelling use and the detached accessory structure are permitted in this zone, and as I've shown with those pictures upon pictures, it's in conformity and in character with the neighborhood. The elimination of the existing non-conforming garage and locating it in a compliant location with proper setbacks to buffer the neighbors can serve as its own separate basis for granting of the variance. But on top of that, we believe we have a hardship here. Again, this is a significantly undersized lot in both area and lot square. The principal dwelling is a modest home. I was going to show an overhead map. I could pull it up quickly. You can see this is the block that right. My client's house is right here. It's one of it's probably the most modest home in the on the entire block here. You can see in comparison to their neighbors. It's a little over, the principal dwelling itself is a little over 1,600 square feet. The zone on a compliant lot contemplates that you could have 3,750 square feet of floor area, and we're over with our proposal, we're still over 1,000 feet below that. So again, it's just due to the fact that this is a significantly undersized lot. We are simply taking a two-car garage that's in bad condition, needs to come down, widening it a bit. So it's actually a functioning two-car garage, locating it in a compliant location and adding a second story for home offices, and the stairwell on top of that gets you the added floor area and coverage. It's a two-story garage seen throughout the neighborhood, and it is more conforming as to setback as a lot of these two-story garages. And we don't believe, obviously, that it would have any negative impact on the neighborhood. And I think the signed petitions from all of the abutting neighbors indicate that. My client is here, as well as our architect, if you have any questions regarding the garage. But it's pretty straightforward, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Russo. Does the board have any questions for Attorney Russo? Go ahead, Jane.
Hi, I'm looking at your site plan. Am I reading this number correctly, that there's 15 feet between the garage, the face of the garage doors and the property line, the edge of the driveway, or the fence?
Let me pull that up real quick, Commissioner. So if you look right here, there's 18 feet.
Oh, it's 18.
From here to the property line.
So, and what's the what is it from the corner to the edge of the driveway?
To the edge of the driveway.
That you'd be backing out to. It's less. It's like 16 feet.
Yeah, it would be a little less.
So
it's a pretty small driveway. It's only 10 feet wide.
Right.
It's part of the reason it's nice to set it back a little bit. If it was pushed closer to the principal dwelling, it would be a little bit more difficult to pull into, I think.
Can you verify that you can drive down the driveway, make a 90-degree turn into the garage, and then back out again in that 16 feet from the face of the garage door to the edge of the driveway?
Oh, if I remember correctly, you need 12 feet of clearance behind if it's if you have one lane behind you. I think you need 12 feet behind you, and so I think we would definitely have the 12 feet since the driveway's being expanded and extended over there, that
Right,
we
but
would be able to.
So you're going to back out and do like a 3-point turn?
Yeah, you would back out this way and then head back out. Yes.
Oh, okay. And then my next,
Because if you think a two lane parking aisle is usually 24 feet, but a 1 lane is 12 feet. So we definitely have the 12 feet here.
well, okay. I would check that, that you could actually do that. And my next question is, you show there's 4 dormers up in the roof. What's happening up here in the attic level that you need 4 dormers with windows? And how do you get up there?
So you're talking about right here?
Yes. How do you get to those spaces, and there's no stairway leading up there?
No, and that's not, this is the second floor right here. So that's just for added light into this area.
So it's a cathedral ceiling, or it's a whole floor level? Because it looks like it's a whole floor level.
No, it's not an additional floor level.
Okay, but you have an attic floor level marked on the elevation.
Maybe our architect could
if-
come in and
if I-
explain. Do we have our architect on?
If I may address, this is Andrew Schultz, the homeowner. What I believe the architect's intent was on that one, if we needed a space to put our mechanical units, it would be in the space of the third on that. It would be a pull down to access the air handler units that would be up there.
So you can't take it, there's no stairway going up there now?
No,
So why do you need the dormers?
it's just
Your
decorative.
Windows, yeah. And does the space up there contribute to the floor area?
No, ma'am.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, and it's not living area. And Commissioner, just so you know, the height of the garage it's fully compliant with the regs.
Okay, thank you.
So it's more to keep in with what you've seen on some of the other detached garages and kind of fit the character of the neighborhood.
So, actually, when I see your elevation, when I see the new building next to the existing building, the attics are kind of aligned of your house to this area we're talking about in the garage.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot of space up there. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions from the board? All right, hearing no other questions. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this application, whether you're in favor or against it? Please give me your name and the position that you have. Hearing no one, we're going to close the hearing on 288 Roland Road. Thank you, Attorney Russo.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Our next item is number 91555 Fairfield Beach Road. That was continued. Next item for business is 610 Riverside Drive, map 130, parcel 78. Petition of Eric Porco and Heidi Oj for a variance of the zoning regulations, section 5.2.4, to reduce the street line and sum of two sideline setbacks from 30 feet and 25 feet, currently 24.4 feet and 24 feet, proposing 28.6 feet and 24.1 feet. Permission to construct two shed-style dormers, premises A zone. Mr. Porco, are you presenting this?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so just thanks for hearing me out, and hello to everybody. So just real quick, my wife and I have been in the neighborhood for 17 years. Our family's grown now to 5, and quite simply, we just need more space. We've thought about moving to different towns, to different neighborhoods, but we just love our neighborhood too much to do it. So we would like to add more space upstairs. We would like to build dormers over our roof to create just one large open room. You can see in the elevations in the survey, we will not be changing our footprint. But in order to build those walls and the interior and exterior walls, we have to apply for this variance to build within the minimum required setbacks. Go straight to it. I mean, our hardship is that we have a pre-existing non-conforming structure dwelling on an already non-conforming lot, which does not comply with the minimum required setbacks. Our lot is only 6,000 square feet, where the minimum is, I think, a little bit over 9. The house was also built in the 30s, and as we know, zoning has changed quite a bit since then, and I can't help the fact that they planted that house on that lot the way they did. I've met with all the neighbors. They're all in support of our plans. I don't feel that it will have a negative impact on their neighborhood, and that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, please shout them out.
Thank you, Mr. Porco. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Porco? Jane, go ahead.
I'm trying to read the grid on the site plan. Are you increasing coverage or the FAR? No?
There's no change in any of it.
Thank you.
The existing and proposed are the same.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? No other questions. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to this application, 610 Riverside Drive? Please give me your name and the position that you have. Okay, hearing none, we're going to close the hearing on 610 Riverside Drive. Thank you, Mr. Parker. We'll take a little bit. Our next item is number 11, 117 Churchill Street, map 130, parcel 428. Petition of Paula Hughes for a variance of zoning regulations, section 5.1.1, to increase the number of dwelling units from 2, currently 3, proposing 3, section 5.2.4, to reduce the street line, sideline, and sum of 2 sideline setbacks from 20 feet, 5 feet, and 20 feet, currently 8 feet, 3.8 feet, and 9.1 feet, proposing 8 feet, 3.8 feet, 9.1 feet. Permission, section 5.2.5, to increase the total lot coverage and total flare area from 30% and 50%, currently 43% and 83.1%, proposing 42.6% and 85.7%. Permission to reconstruct an existing 3-family dwelling due to fire premises B zone. Attorney Fallon?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you again for your attention. I'm John Fallon. I'm an attorney here in Fairfield. I'm representing the property owner, Paul Hughes. On the night of June 4, 2021, the 3-family dwelling located at 17 Churchill Street was substantially destroyed by fire. Fortunately, no one was injured. Paul Hughes, the owner of the property, seeks a variance, or the variance is set forth by the chairman and in Schedule A, in order to simply reconstruct the residence on the same foundation and footprint as existed prior to the fire. You'll note from the Schedule A and the chairman's call that, in fact, that's just what we're doing. We're just looking to rebuild this substantially damaged 3-family, as I'll elaborate on. The street setback will be the same since we're building on the same footprint, as will the side yard setbacks. With regard to coverage, as I'll get into, we're actually modestly reducing the coverage from 43% to 42.6%, removing a rear portion of the building, and a small increase in total FAR from 83.1 to 85.7. Let me elaborate on that. That is not to add habitable space. Prior to the fire, there was a 3-story stairway that was built well before code, and it only had a height clearance of about 5 feet 4 inches. That doesn't meet code, so we had to expand that interior staircase so that it would meet the height requirements, and that's what ticked that FAR up. But there's no real increase in habitable area. What we're looking to do here is simply do restoration on the 1st and 2nd floor and reconstruct the 3rd story that was most substantially damaged by the fire. This, as I said, will include the replacement of that 3-story staircase in compliance with the requirements of the current building code. Now, prior to the fire, the structure obviously was a legally protected non-conforming structure with regard to the street line setback, the side yard setbacks, coverage, and total floor area. However, due to the provisions of section 2.10.1 of the regulations, because the damage to the structure exceeded 50% of its value prior to the fire, it's necessary for us to seek the approvals of the variances that we're requesting, even though there will be no change to the setbacks to the building that existed prior to the fire, and in fact, the coverage is actually being nominally reduced. The property itself is a classic pre-existing non-conforming legally protected lot. It's located in the Residence B zone. As you know, that parcel, that zone requires for a property such as this, a lot area well in excess of the 3,333 square feet that this lot has. Similarly, the shape of the lot is non-conforming, having a square of only 33.33 feet. Prior to the fire, as I said, the dwelling had been for many, many decades a legally protected pre-existing non-conforming use, as well as a structure, as it was always utilized as a 3-family dwelling, which predated the adoption of the zoning regulations. It's noted that this is a historically common pattern of development in the neighborhood, as confirmed by the fact that that 3 of the dwellings immediately adjacent to the subject property are also 3-family dwellings. So this neighborhood was substantially developed long before these regulations were enacted. And the lot and the use prior to the fire were legally protected as pre-existing non-conforming structures and uses. Now, Again, you're very familiar with the provisions of 8-6, A3. And in analyzing it, you have to find that two conditions are satisfied. First, that what is being proposed will not substantially affect the comprehensive zoning plan. And second, that there are elements of facts here that constitute legal hardship, as our case law defines them. With regard to the first aspect of the test, as you know, it has been held by our courts that if the use to be allowed by variance is consistent with other uses in the area, the first part of the test is met. Clearly, that's the Egan case, and that's the case here. The granting of these variances are technical in nature. They're not going to change the use of the property or the size of the structure from what existed for many, many decades prior to the fire. As I previously referenced, three-family dwellings are common in the immediate neighborhood and immediately adjacent to the property. And the application simply requests permission to restore and rebuild this pre-existing structure that was unfortunately substantially destroyed by fire last year. I have submitted a petition. Mr. Hughes circulated among his neighbors. They are aware of the application. They support, obviously, his efforts to restore this fire damaged structure to its prior use. With regard to hardship, there are a couple of factors here. Obviously, one of the controlling legal factors here is that the lot itself is a pre-existing and valid, legally protected, non-conforming lot based upon both its diminished lot area and shape. It's been held, and I cite in page 3 of my material, by both our appellate and Supreme Court, that such factors of a legally protected nonconformity with regard to shape and lot area provide a proper basis for a finding of hardship to support the granting of variances with regard to coverage, total floor area, and setback, because these application of these regulations affects the property's non-conforming protected status in an adverse matter. The reconstruction that we propose is consistent with the previously existing nonconformities involving the structure and the use. And as I said, the small increase in floor area ratio is simply to address that stairway issue, that has to be brought into compliance with the building code. Another basis of hardship here, which you don't see quite so often, but is pretty compelling, is the cases that I cite at page 4 of my material that have recognized that hardship is established based upon matters that pertain to the impact of forces of nature. And I cite a number of cases that I looked up to provide authority for that. Mayor Whitman versus the Zoning Board of Appeals of Stamford found hardship allowing for the reconstruction of a pre-existing structure that was destroyed in a storm. Founders Village Association versus the Clinton ZBA again found a proper basis for hardship when the structure collapsed during a heavy footprint, and it was sought a heavy snowstorm, and it was sought to be allowed to rebuild on the same footprint. And of course, then there is the Turek case out of Milford, where there was allowed finding of hardship based upon the substantial destruction of a previously non-conforming structure due to Hurricane Sandy. So here you have two elements of hardship. One is the classic case law involving the lot and its non-conforming shape and size. The other is the somewhat more unusual casualty loss set of cases that say hardship is found in that circumstance. Lastly, there's an independent basis for granting the variance. I cite in my material the Hyatt case and the Hescott case. They say that when the application will result in a reduction of an existing nonconformity, that provides an independent, proper basis for the granting of the variances. Here, there is a reduction, although small, but nonetheless a reduction in the previously existing coverage from 43% to 42.6%. Yes, okay. So that's really, it's a pretty straightforward application. Mr. Hughes has owned the property for many years. We want to restore it to its previous use without expanding any of the nonconformities, save for that minus increase in the FAR to accommodate the stairway. It's technical in nature. It will see that we've rebuilt this structure that was so unfortunately damaged so that it'll comply with all the building code requirements. And I think, hope you'll agree that hardship is found based upon the status of the lot as a legally protected pre-existing non-conforming parcel, and also that the fire itself constitutes a casualty loss occasioned by forces of nature which in and of itself provides a proper basis for a finding of hardship. And lastly, you have the Hescock case with regard to the reduction in the nonconformity of coverage. So I'd be pleased to answer any questions you might have. Hope you would approve this application so that we can simply rebuild the structure to what it was and what it was used for. Thank you.
Attorney Fallon. Does the board have any questions for Attorney Fallon? Shakings of the head, no. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this, whether in favor or against? Please give me your name and your position. Okay, that was a closing of the door. I don't think that was someone wanting to have a position. All right, I'm going to close the hearing on 117 Churchill Street. Thank you, Attorney Fallon.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Next item is number 1254 Kenwood Avenue, map 130, parcel 253A is an apple. Petition of Laura Punnock and Tara Collins for a variance of zoning regulations, section 5.2.4, to reduce the street line and sum of two sideline setbacks from 20 feet and 20 feet, currently 19.7 feet and 19.25 feet, proposing 19.7 feet and 19.25 feet. Permission to construct a second floor addition with attic over existing first floor premises B zone. I think one of the owners are presenting this.
That's right.
I'll go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tara Collins. I apologize, my partner was here, but she just had to take her 15-year-old somewhere. She'll be back in a moment. We are asking for a variance. We moved to, we're at 54 Kenwood Avenue. We moved here, it'll be 3 years in June, and we really love the area. It's single and multifamily housing mixed. We are right on the north edge of Ash Creek, right where the Russian River runs into it. And the only drawback of this wonderful location is you can't see the water from the second floor. So there's two skylights, and we looked into having a dormer built, and we're told by a couple different builders as well as an architect that the previous owner must have made a change that you can't put a dormer in when you wouldn't really gain a whole lot of headroom. So we're hoping to add a full second floor and basically converting our cape into a colonial. So the cape is a pre-existing non-conforming. I can show you plans, or I can show you what the houses look like on either side. But we're hoping to add a second floor. We're not going beyond the current footprint of the first floor. And in fact, there's a door to the kitchen off the driveway with stairs, and we're going to be removing the stairs. So we're actually we're decreasing the footprint of the current house in order to do this construction.
All right. If you want to share something, you can. We do have your plans. We've received those. But if you want to share photos, that's up to you. I'm not going to prevent you from doing that.
So this is our house currently. I don't know, can you see this?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So it's, this is obviously on the street side. And you can see the Dutch Gambrel house on one side and the single story cape on the other. Across the street from us are two multifamily houses that are both, have, 2 floors, and then there's a single family house next to it with 1 floor. All of our neighbors, as far as we know, are in favor of us doing this renovation. In fact, one neighbor commented that they were looking forward to someone improving their house on the street, because I don't think a lot of that has happened lately. Let's see. Hang on. I'm trying to figure out how to work this. There we go. Let go. Nope, that's not it. Sorry, I got confused by this system on how to get out of this camera. Let's see here. Nope, that's not it. So I'm really sorry. I don't know how to work WebEx in terms of getting rid of what I'm sharing.
There's a stop share button.
Let's see. trying to find it. I'm so sorry. I see the list of people who are here, and I know that I'm speaking, and I see the layout, but I don't see a stop share button.
Down at the bottom of your screen, there's a bullet that says share. And if you open it up, it should say stop share.
Wow. Oh, wait a second. Oh, it was up. Got it. Okay, there we go. And then these are our plans. And pull this up higher. Sorry. There we go. So that would be what we're hoping to convert our house into. You can see it sits right on the footprint of the existing house, which is the existing house is pre-existing non-conforming. The front of the house is just a little bit too close to the street, and the sum of the side yards is a little short. Let's see. There we go. So that also shows that the second floor will be right on top of the first floor on all four sides of the house. There will be one slight protrusion, which is right here, the HVAC compressor, which we have chosen to mount higher up on the house so it doesn't block at all if someone is walking down the side yard. But other than that, one compressor, everything else is keeping within the guidelines of the pre-existing non-conforming house. This is where the stairs on the driveway side will be removed, as well as this door into the kitchen. The deck is pre-existing. We're not going to be doing anything to that. And this second floor deck will be added on the pre-existing first floor.
All right.
So I think, yeah, that's just a wall structure. So yeah, so basically we're asking for a variance in terms of the distance from the street and the sum of the side yards, which we actually are increasing slightly.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Collins. If you could just stop the screen share so I can see everyone.
There we go.
And does the board have any questions for Ms. Collins? All right. Hearing no questions. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to this application? Please give me your name and your position. All right, hearing no one, we're going to close the hearing on 54 Kenwood Avenue. We'll be taking that up shortly.
Great, thank you.
Our final item, number 13, 221 Fairview Avenue, map 143, parcel 36. Petition of Denise Chambers for a variance of zoning regulations, section 5.2.4, to reduce the street line and rear line setbacks from 30 feet and 30 feet, currently 20.1 feet and 36.5 feet, proposing 23.9 feet and 8.1 feet, and section 5.2.5 to increase the total lot coverage and floor area from 20% and 40%, currently 25.8% and 37.4%, proposing 31.9% and 48%, permission to remove a detached garage and construct a one-story garage attached to the dwelling with second floor addition and front porch above premises A zone. Is Mr. Rogers presenting this?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Hi, everybody. I think you probably are familiar with our family from last month, so this is a revised proposal. So we thought we'd bring the girls to show everybody kind of family and where we'd like to live. So looking back from our March 3rd initial proposal, we have met with our architect, Bill Levy, who's on the phone here, and we made a significant number of changes. to the design to hopefully accommodate some of our neighbors' feedback that we want to take into account, but also some of the committee's feedback here from the last time around. The two hardships that we face are, One, our lot size, in that the size of our lot is 5,100 square feet, which is just above 50% of the average lot size in the Zone A of 9,375. And the second hardship that we face here is that because we're on a corner lot, we actually have to abide by setbacks on two sides from the rear and the street side, for, taking into account both Meadowbrook Road and Fairview Avenue. As the chairman said, the variance request is to extend some of the variances along the setbacks so that we can essentially remove the 2-car garage and replace that with the 1-car garage, which would allow us space for our kids, and then add a 1-bedroom for my wife and I, and a small home office. I believe I had mentioned this last time too, but the challenge that we have, in addition to the hardship on the property, is my wife does have lupus and is autoimmune, and she's more or less not able to work in a public office anymore. So luckily we do both work from home now, and so we're just trying to find a way in which we're both comfortably working from home in separate spaces as well. So going back to the feedback that the committee provided in March, the number of changes that we made this time around are: one, reducing the size of the garage from 2-car to 1-car. We reduced the request of our rear setback variance by 3 feet. We reduced the request of our total lot coverage by another 1.5 feet. And we reduced the request of our total floor area by 2%, and also reduced the height of the proposed addition by 6 inches. The other thing that I just wanted to make note of, and I think there were a couple of other variance requests on this evening's docket, one of which was on Roland Road, and that the request is kind of in line with everybody, right? They're all small homes that were built 80, 100 years ago, and just looking to really add a little bit more space so that we can house our family. That percentage request is more or less the exact same as ours, going from a 40% allowance to a 48%. It's nothing extraordinary. It's just making a little bit more space for our family to reside. In relation to historical variances, I know each parcel is considered individually, but it would be remiss to me to not mention 3 other variances that were provided on Fairview Avenue, the first of which is 249 Fairview Avenue, 281 Fairview Avenue, and 295 Fairview Avenue, all of which more or less requested the same size variance request in terms of total floor area and lot coverage. So thank you, everybody. Our architect, Bill Levy, is on the line too. My wife, Ashley, is here as well. I know it's been a very long night for everybody, but we very much appreciate the time and would be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Is there any questions from the board? All right, hearing no questions. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this application, either in favor or against? I do have that there were some emails sent in from 295 Fairview, 268 Fairview, 330 Meadowbrook, and 237 Fairview. Is there anyone else in addition to those? All right, let's take them in the order. Is there someone that wants to speak by 295 Fairview? All right, well, we'll take the submission. Melissa Linden, I think, submitted something by email for the board. Is there anyone from 268 Fairview, Lucille Chismadia? All right, we take that as well, already submitted. So anyone from 330 Meadowbrook, Nochada Tulovitz? Okay, we'll take their submission in writing. And I do see there's someone from 237, Ms. Barnard. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kristen Barnard, 237 Fairview Avenue. I live next door to 221 Fairview Avenue. First of all, thank you for your time today and for listening to both sides of this issue. I think we all appreciate it. As you know, I appeared before you last month to express my concerns about this variance application, and I'm back to express them again as the new plan does little to address the concerns I previously discussed. Per many a time during this meeting, people have talked about what a variance requires to have happen, and my understanding is that it can only be granted when it's shown that the zoning regulations pose a unique hardship on the property that is a subject of the application. There's already an existing house here, which is not a tiny house. It's the size of a lot of the houses in the neighborhood. There's already a garage there, so it shows that that lot can have a house that fits into this neighborhood. Personal desire to have 3 bedrooms for each of your children and a master suite and 2 offices don't justify a hardship, and an upstairs laundry and 3 bathroom sinks for your children. None of this justifies a variance. The fact that other variances have been granted for the properties in the neighborhood isn't relevant to this request. Each property is on its own. Who knows what hardships were declared in those hearings, and those aren't relevant. And if you want to refer to those properties, none of those had a house being built next door to them that was the size and the height that is being proposed to be built next to me. My issue, if they never moved the garage, I wouldn't care. Great, do what you want to do. My problem is the second story and all of its roof lines that are going to be added on top of that garage. I think, as you can probably hear in my voice, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that we're back here again. There's other ways that they could gain more space. You could get rid of the open breezeway they're proposing for under their house and use that space for their offices. You could pop out over the sunroom and add more space. There are other ways to add space, but they're choosing to not compromise, and it's pretty much at my expense. I think I'm a good neighbor. I keep my property neat. I keep it in order. I've looked after their renters' property when they haven't been there. I've maintained the trees between our driveways, even though I had no idea who owns them. And I truly want to be good neighbors to Andy and his family. However, I honestly feel they're not being good neighbors to me. And I really strongly object to this request. And I'm frustrated we're here again.
Thank you, Ms. Barnard. Is there anyone else that has comments on 221 Fairview Ave? All right, Mr. Rogers, you have an opportunity to address Ms. Barnard's comments.
Yes, thank you. I would. Just in the spirit of all the other previous presentations, could I share my screen?
Yes.
So the one thing I just want to show real quickly here is what you see in yellow here are the surrounding neighbors that were based off the approvals and the support from neighbors in a combination of both the first variance proposal and our revised proposal. So within there, you do see Kristen's initial signature at 237, as well as Nuchata's at 330. And the others that are a little bit farther down the street, 268 and 295, which are just frankly a little bit farther away that we didn't necessarily notify, but there's clearly neighbor support around where we live to move forward with our proposed plans. I know you guys all have this in your files too, but these are just the 2 different signature variances, so very much the same names. A couple of people I couldn't get a hold of, but for the most part, really all in line. In regards to comparative variances, the one thing I want to really point out here that I think is important is if you look on the right side of this grid here, you see 295 Fairview, 281 Fairview, and 249 Fairview. Those are 3 homes that have received variances on the property, one of which I know has submitted a letter from 295 stating that the property is too big. But as you can see here, we're really in line, not just with 2 of the other presentations we saw tonight, but in terms of what our ask is in compared to 249 Fairview, in that the allowance is 40%. We're asking for 48. 249 was allowed 48. 295 Fairview is even far above that at 15% over the allotted amount. Same thing from a total lot coverage perspective at 249 Fairview. While she's supportive of our plans, I just wanted to use this as an example to illustrate. We're really just trying to make the home work for us. There's nothing that's really out of the question that we're trying to do. It's really just a matter of making a really small house livable for us. I know Kristen had mentioned kind of the reference to the bathrooms and, you know, adding sinks, but as you can see, we've got three tiny little girls, and that bathroom is 7 feet by 8 feet. It's a small space. So the other thing is that I just wanted to sort of reference was just how things have changed, and I understand where Kristen's coming from and that the change in neighborhood over the time, but just as other people have mentioned too, like some of those changes do happen as families grow, as more people move into Fairfield. Everybody's aware of how few houses are available for sale in Fairfield. It's wild, and we're just trying to make a couple of adjustments to really just fit our family in a rather small space. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. You know, in terms of the design, it's the same design. The proposed plan is the same design as the house is currently. It's basically, if you think about kind of the top part of the house, just stretching over to the garage. So it's going to fall in line with the character of the neighborhood. It's going to look like the exact same house in terms of the same shingles, which we just had redone for the entire house and garage about 1.5 years ago. So it still has a brand new feel to it. And the whole structure is kind of coming forward and away, right? And so if you look at where the garage is now tucked in that rear back corner, we're moving it forward so that it aligns with the rear setback variance, and we're moving it inward as well, and making it a one-car garage too. So we're trying to make as many changes as possible to really adhere to the concerns that Kristen had and the committee had last time in March. And these are all hardships that I think we've expressed are based on the lot sizes themselves and the setbacks that we're trying to accommodate against, rather than any sort of personal setbacks that we've claimed, or, you know, any challenging situations we have in terms of from a work from home perspective. So thank you everybody for your time. I see Jane, you have a question.
Mr. Chairman, okay? I can ask?
Yes, you can ask a question, yes.
Do you own this house?
Yes, my mother-in-law owns it.
But you don't own the house.
Not currently, but the title is going to be handed over to us.
Okay, thank you.
So we originally owned the house.
Yeah.
We bought the house and then handled the title over to her, and then that's coming back. And so
She was actually sitting behind us, if that makes a difference.
I'm just trying to figure out why the names are different from the.
Well, my maiden name is Chambers. Her
Yeah.
name is Chambers. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's the relation.
All right, that concludes the hearing on 221 Fairview Avenue. We're closing that. We've been here a long time, need to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at, I guess, 7:25.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hearings are the applications, except for Fairfield U. The order is going to be Brian, Harold, Jane, Terry, then me. When we do Fairfield U, the order will stay with Brian, Harold, Jane. I'm going to substitute Faith in and Terry's last because he's acting chair for that particular matter. Okay. So reopen the Zoning Board of Appeals executive session, April 7, 2022. Our first item that we have, and this is kind of interesting because we have two appeals here. We first have to decide whether the appeals are timely. And to decide that, your vote if you believe it's timely, you're going to vote yes. Okay? If you do not believe it's timely, you vote no. Just got to make it crystal clear. And I know that Attorney Green and I had a little bit disagreement as to what was included in which application, but I'm going to go with Attorney Green's presentation because who knows, there could have been a mistake because it was two appeals that are very similar. But when I look at the December 3, 2021 appeal, as what Attorney Green said, that relates to the November 4 sign off by our zoning enforcement officer prior to HDC hearing that it was, for their purpose of review, zoning compliant. So that is his first appeal. So it was filed December 3, and it relates to a November 4 decision. All right, it's 30 days. So I'm going to entertain a motion to accept it as timely. Anyone move that?
I'll move it.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second, but
All right, is
okay.
there discussion?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was trying to understand the difference between the ZEO sign off as being in compliance versus approved. And if I understood correctly, saying it's in compliance does not mean that it is approved. It's just, it's not a stamp and you go. Am I understanding that correctly?
I believe you're right on the money. What's submitted is, if they submit something to HDC, it first has to go through zoning. If zoning officer says, all right, you need a variance, they need to come to a variance, as we've seen many, many times. So if they think that what is submitted will be zoning compliant, they sign off on it. But signing off on, afterwards, signing off on the building permit of actually what is going to happen,
right?
That's a little bit more substantive.
Right, that's a legal, so it's like a probably okay versus a absolutely, here's my signature on this.
Correct.
Is that the difference?
Correct. And this is just the preliminary thing. So we're only voting on whether it's timely. So the discussion is whether it's timely. We have to take them up in order. The town, Mr. Wendt presented the information believing that they were not timely. I have a motion here to accept the 12/3/2021 appeal as timely. Is there more discussion on that issue?
So timely meaning it's within
30 days
of November 4th.
Yeah.
And this is on the primary appeal, not the secondary appeal.
Well, actually, the initial sign off was on September 21, 2021, when there was an appeal. They redid it. There was another hearing at HDC. They went back. The applicants went back to the zoning office. They re-signed the same plans
On November 4th.
on November 4.
So that superseded the previous one.
Confusing.
I don't think so, because it didn't change. I mean, you put your John Hancock on it already, and there were no changes to it.
Then why was it signed? Then why do you need a second why does it have to be signed again?
That's not for us to decide. Us right now, we're to decide whether it's timely.
Appeal.
Whether the appeal for 12/3 is timely.
Well,
based upon Attorney Green's presentation, I think that appeal is timely, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So are we ready to take a vote on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have to do this with both. So Brian?
Yes.
Harold?
Yes. Grant?
Yes, meaning it's timely.
Yes, timely.
Okay. Jane?
Yes, timely.
Terry?
Yes, timely.
I say yes. Okay, so that is timely. Now we're going to take up the merits in a moment. Let's talk about the timeliness of December 30, 2021 appeal. Taking what Attorney Green said, he is addressing the issues on that appeal filed on December 30th relative to the initial sign-off before HDC on September 21, 2021, and the October 15, 2021 sign-off on the building permit. Okay?
Can you repeat that again? It's hard.
The December 30th.
Thank you, Jane.
appeal- The December 30th appeal
Right.
is related to decisions of zoning department that took place on September 21 and October 15. So to bring this so we can discuss it, I'll entertain a motion to approve it as timely. Would anyone so move?
I will move.
Thank
to
you.
discuss.
Is there a second?
I'll second to that.
Okay,
So,
all right.
A
And then second
question. This is
discussion.
Harold. I'm sorry, Jane. Question. Is the statute say that it must be 30 days? What was the time frame that
30 days,
is
30 days.
expected?
30 days.
Thank you.
The argument that Attorney Green was making was, now we can discuss it, it's been seconded, so that's fair comment, Harold. Now, what Attorney Green said is that he couldn't find this out, so therefore he didn't find out until December 9th or 3rd that this happened, 3rd or 9th, when he was filing the other appeal.
right. So if I understood, he claims that he couldn't lay his hands on the HDC submission or an actual copy of the,
Sign off on the building permit.
yeah, and the building permit, which usually includes the drawings, the building.
Yeah.
That was not available to him.
Yeah.
And I have no reason to not believe that. And I know that because the Historic District Commission doesn't keep an office in Town Hall, do they?
We're not necessarily talking about the HDC. It's what our zoning enforcement officers did.
Okay, so he could not, if Attorney Green could not get a copy of the building permit and the architectural drawings that would accompany it, either from the zoning office or across the hall from the building department, then that seems like a failure on the part of the town to not provide those things when asked for.
My question, and I don't know if this is just a matter of trust or expectation, but the ZBA official, Mr. Wendt, produced the drawings, produced the permit documents, the drawings and the permit documents in the session
Today, but that
today.
doesn't mean they were available to Attorney Green when he asked for them both at the zoning office counter and the building department counter. Nobody had them that he could get at the time.
Okay. The standard is
Yeah, I
actual or
did.
constructive knowledge that occurred, that a permit was signed on a particular date.
Right.
Right.
He's claiming he doesn't have actual knowledge.
Well,
Which neither is now my question is either department required under statute to produce those documents, or only either anecdotal or stated signature?
Well,
when you apply
normally you're not
for a
going to keep
permit,
these.
I'm sorry, when you apply for a zoning permit and a building permit, it's the survey and the architectural drawings together. That makes
Right.
the application. So, and you provide a copy for the zoning office to keep and at least one copy for the building department to keep. So where were they? Where were those drawings?
This is Harold. Oh, Mr. Green is an officer of the court, so he's sworn to the truth. So we have to take him at his word, but that doesn't necessarily mean that those documents didn't exist at the time. And if they did exist, and if he was, if he had access to those documents, would that have changed the outcome of this? What effect would it have on this appeal?
It would be untimely.
If they did exist.
It would be
Pardon?
untimely.
It would be untimely or it would be timely?
Untimely, not
Okay.
late. It'd be late.
Right.
Because he knows and his clients know that you can't even have a hearing at the HTC until you have the zoning compliance
Right.
signed off.
Right.
And that hearing was in late September. And it was approved, and he knew it was approved because he filed an appeal.
Right.
And I mean, it moves pretty quick. You can get your hands on this stuff, and you can't just put your head in the sand and say, well, I asked and they didn't give it to me. You have to make reasonable efforts to protect your client, to protect the time frame. If
Where else?
you have reasonable belief, you need to investigate further.
Where else would you have suggested he looked for the information from this?
Go to the building department. They've held up the plans in this hearing.
But I asked him specifically that question. If at that time he went and asked for it, they said they didn't have it. And he would.
Dig deeper.
The other, I don't know if it's an omission or Attorney Green did not clarify the timeline in which his partner brought the information to him or when she made the discovery. He only made reference to when he made the decision to make the appeal based on the information. So I wasn't necessarily clear on how far back his partner's research or information went.
This is Harold. Yeah, the timeline is very vague here, and so there's no way of knowing the date and time that he made those requests or how he went about going, who he made those requests from as individuals.
Unless there's an excuse that it's beyond 30 days.
I believe the number was
It'll appear-
76 days.
It would appear to me to be the case that it was outside the 30-day window.
Are we ready to vote?
Yep.
Okay, it's a yes for timely. We only need a regular majority, not a super majority on this issue. Okay, so it's yes for timely, and this is as to the December 30th. Brian?
No.
Harold?
No.
Jane?
Yes.
Terry?
No.
I say no. The December 30th is not timely. Now we need to entertain the December 3, 2021 appeal, which relates to the zoning enforcement officer signing off on the HDC application plans. Okay, and Attorney Green's request is to reverse that act of the zoning enforcement officer. And this is his application. So here we're moving to approve his application, which means reverse the zoning enforcement officer's decision. So entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Jane. Is there a second?
Somebody?
Someone?
I'll second.
Thank you, Harold. Okay. Let's have a discussion now.
So
This November 4 sign off.
November 4 sign off as in compliance or as approved?
In compliance. That's the November sign off before it went to the HDC.
Okay.
So my question is, is the basis for his appeal a contention that Matt signed off in error, that that it's
Yes.
not in compliance?
Yes. And
Okay.
Mr. Went submitted a bunch of information, which I know you have. It's part of our record, talking about the calculations, how they actually moved, the plan was to move the garage to be in compliance.
Mm-hmm.
They're not talking about the pool, as Attorney Green said, so it was really the garage and the other stuff, and that they, as the records show, that the zoning officer looked at the information and signed it off that they didn't need a variance.
And that was,
Before you went to the HDC.
right, but that was only looking at a site plan, not architectural plans,
Yes.
and just looking at the grid to read the number of stories and height and all that, just relying on that information.
Yes, but as
Add something.
Mr. Went indicated that they did a little bit more than that. They researched the records of the files that they have, on the house.
Yeah.
Prior applications
Right.
as well.
This is
Go ahead.
This is Harold. If the zoning enforcement officer is available to us to provide some comment on this, since he's mentioned, can we ask him for his comments?
Not in this session, Harold. It's got to be part of the public hearing.
Okay.
But our record
Okay.
has plenty of stuff about the process that they took to evaluate this application.
Yes.
So Kevin,
Let me. I'm sorry. Somebody
Go
else
ahead, Harold.
wants to speak?
just to be clear on this, because we went
if-
through this on. Go ahead, Harold.
Yes. So if, hypothetically, if the information that we have at hand right now was submitted to the zoning enforcement officer, would he have sufficient reason to sign off on it?
Well, the information, we don't have a lot of information. We have an argument from Attorney Green that what they wanted to do is insufficient, a bunch of exhibits. We have a response from the zoning department as to what they did to confirm that it was zoning compliant.
So the zoning commissioner, based upon that statement that you just made, would have sufficient reason to sign off on it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Terry?
What I was, just to be clear on this. So a yes vote on this is in favor of Attorney Green's argument.
A yes vote reverses the zoning department's decision.
Right, a no vote is in favor of, just because I'm sure other people are confused here. A no vote
Sustaining.
is a no vote is they didn't screw up. For lack
A
of
yes is granting the application, which is seeking a reversal.
Attorney Green's application, no is reject his application. Got it. Okay,
Correct.
Understood. Just to, we went
Any
through
other
this before on
discussion?
Congress.
All right. Brian?
No.
Harold?
No.
Jane?
No.
Terry?
No.
I say no. Thank you. That was a tough one. It's not as simple. Wasn't that simple.
And this is why you're chairman.
I
Yes,
love learning new
Mr.
stuff.
Chairman, you broke it down into 3 parts very well.
Yeah, very
Thank
well.
you. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. All right, number 7 on continued docket, 250 Pequot was continued. Number 2 on the continued docket, 86 French Street. This is the Wiles, permission to remove the existing dwelling, construct a new FEMA compliant single-family home. Entertain a motion to approve.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Terry. All right, discussion. Well,
I think it's a reasonable request and it improves a problem. And there's no opposition.
they had all the neighbors that opposed it. They appeased them.
Yeah.
I voted in favor of it last time, but so they appease the neighbors, which is all good.
Agreed.
And this is Harold. The fact that it's not currently FEMA compliant is a hardship. So it's clear that there is a hardship that is being overcome on the property.
Yeah, you can't really do too many repairs with a house that's valued at $15,000 without making it FEMA compliant. So, all right, Brian,
Yes.
Harold,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Terry.
Yes.
I say yes, that's granted. Number 3, 1386 Hillside Road, that's been continued. Number 8, 95 Old Post Road, that was continued. General docket number 1, 478 Hollydale Road. Mr. Bugaj presented his application to construct second floor addition, raise the first floor height of the garage. Remember, this was kind of the ranch where they had the garage kind of below grade on one side. Entertain a motion to approve.
So
So moved.
Who moved?
Terry.
Terry, okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah,
All right,
Brian.
discussion.
I think it's a reasonable request.
It was just to clarify, it was a split level, not a ranch. And they came up with a really good architectural solution to, lift one side so to get the garage under there. So
Agreed.
And they're still, their lot coverage is 5.5 and FAR is only 8.6.
yeah,
So,
it was, yeah.
I like that. All right, bring it to a vote. Brian,
Yes.
Harold,
Yes.
okay, Jane,
Yes.
Terry.
Yes.
All right, me, yes, that's granted. Okay, number 2, Faith, you're up. I will just facilitate it, but I'm not going to participate at all. I'm just going to make the call and suggest that the acting chair entertain a certain motion. So this is for the dorms, and it is to 4-story and a height of 46. I would ask the interim chairman to entertain a motion to approve that application with the following conditions: an 8-foot berm plus 16-foot arborvitaes to be planted along Round Hill Road, to remove the 250 to 400 watt 16 to 18 foot light poles and replace with a 51 watt and 12-foot light poles, to have trees along the berm adjacent to Round Hill Road at least 50 feet, and to the lights in the new dorm for the rooms will be on the inside face of each room, so they won't have a dome light hanging down. I would suggest that the interim chairman entertain that motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Brian
You can't.
moves with
You
conditions.
can't. Brian does.
Second.
You can't second, Terry.
No, I'm asking for a second, all right?
Jane seconds. Jane
All right,
seconds.
Okay, good. Move. Yep.
All right, you guys discuss.
So can I just start?
Of course.
The residents of Fairfield are not responsible for making sure that Fairfield University has more and more students. It doesn't help us. It's not a benefit that I see. So even though they have the right to add more dorms, I don't think that we need to bend over backwards to permit things that are going to seriously affect the immediate neighbors. And the berm with the arborvitae, 350 feet long, I think is a really bad addition to Round Hill Road for, aesthetics and also runoff, and I don't think it solves the problem. So that's my take on it.
Can I add here?
Yeah.
So originally they wanted 5 stories. I went over there and physically looked at the layout,
Yeah.
et cetera. The original was 5. They said, okay, we'll go to 4 with those conditions that the chairman mentioned.
Right.
They, without us, can do 3 without any of those conditions.
Right.
I just want to make sure everybody understands that. It's the old careful what you wish for.
Right. Well, 3 is more than 4, but
without any of
the
that,
hardship,
Go
the
ahead.
hardship that really applies, the hardship is not, we need more beds for students. That's not a hardship. They're saying that, there's a wetlands condition, it's topographic, but it's a huge campus, so build somewhere else. You know, they chose that spot.
One other thing, the other dorms, and I know we don't have precedent in zoning.
Right.
But there was no objections ever to the dorm to the left of it. There were no objections to the dorms on Lower Round Hill Road. It's just interesting. There is no precedent in ZBA. I totally
Right.
get it. So
This is Harold. I'd like to make a few comments because I think that this was a tough one because it covered a lot of issues. Fairfield University is an advantage for the town of Fairfield as well as Sacred Heart. And Fairfield University is going to be here, has been here a long time, and it will continue to be here after the neighbors are gone. So I understand that neighbors don't like to have things change too much, especially in this very unique neighborhood that surrounds Fairfield University. But the comment about adding the fact that they're going to get to 5,000 students, 600 more, many of the students that attend Fairfield universities are commuters. Not all the new students that are coming into the universities are going to require dormitories. So I think that that needs to be looked at. I think that it's not up to the neighbors to decide where Fairfield University should build their buildings. And if Fairfield University chooses a spot on their property, within their fence, within their walls, to put up a building that meets building codes, meets zoning regulations, and takes the steps to accommodate the concerns that the neighborhood has, that's not a bad thing. I think that Fairfield University is a plus to the town of Fairfield. It helps to attract people to the community, and it helps educate many of our Fairfield residents' children.
But the point is, they're not building something that's zoning compliant. They're asking for a variance because they want more than what's permitted.
I would simply make the statement that, and to sitting Chairman King's point, that their request is significantly reduced based on previous requests to which there was no objection. I think the changes to the lighting plan will significantly reduce the considerable lighting problem that they have now. I think the berm itself, I don't think it poses a significant runoff concern. I think based on what they're planting there, I think it's definitely sufficiently permeable. I don't think they're going to end up with a significant increase in containment or water there. I think they've done enough. Again, it's be careful what we wish for. They don't have to give us any considerations.
Do you know that what they showed us was a berm that has grass? Grass is like concrete in terms of water runoff. It's not permeable.
This is Harold. I believe that we're still in the very, very early stages of the approval process for the building. I don't know if building plans have been submitted yet, or all of the other approvals and things that are going to be needed. I mean, this is a multi-year project. It's not going to be built overnight, and there's time to consider all of the environmental impact and sightline and construction issues that have to be taken into consideration. This is not something that is going to be just show up tomorrow. So I think that allowing Fairfield University to have an opportunity to discuss with the neighbors and to present their cases in more detail as it moves forward in the years to come that it will take to complete this process is fair.
can I add one more comment? I don't know how many years I've been on this board, but every time they've come before us, 100% they delivered. They're very, as Attorney Fallon mentioned, they're very sensitive to Fairfield and everything from the nursing to the business school to the dorm to the left of this, to the sports, the new sports arena. They deliver 100%. And they're extremely sensitive to all of our concerns, and they deliver.
Are you an alum?
No, I'm a friar, prominent friar. I'm not a Jesuit, I'm a Dominican.
Okay.
So
When the other dorms, the adjacent dorms were approved, was that under a different or previous zoning reg? Has it been revised since
the revision, I believe, was 1989. Don't hold me to that.
So were those built
No.
on the
they
previous
were not.
regulations?
No.
They came after the
I don't know if they can hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't now.
Oh, okay. Some of those buildings, according to his records, were in the past 5 years. We've approved large buildings on Fairfield U as well as Sacred Heart. Honestly, my objection is not so much for a 4-story building. I'm thankful it's not a 5-story building, which is going up in town as well. My concern is, believe it or not, about the berm. I live next to a berm. Berms are not as wonderful as these people think it's going to be. It's certainly not going to be covered in grass because you can't mow up a berm. If they don't put in ground cover, what happens over the years is weeds grow, weeds become trees, and the leaves cannot fall into Fairfield U because it's an uphill. They blow into the street and they clog the sewers, and then they blow onto the people's property. And they're really, I've been fighting with the town of Fairfield because the berm in front of me is owned by the town of Fairfield. And I don't think this will be the case in Fairfield U's problem, but the drainage from my berm does overrun and flood the street. So I think I would be interested in if they thought through what they're going to do with this berm. You can't just leave it as dirt. It's got to be covered with ground cover to protect ground.
Harold, I don't believe that there is any access to the university from that road. Is that correct? There's no drive into the university from
Yes,
that road?
Yes, there is.
A little
There is.
farther, yes.
Further up. And there are sections around Fairfield University where there are brick walls and stone walls. Is that correct? What if they were to erect a stone wall to block that view?
It wouldn't be
You're
tall
better
enough.
off with the greenery. It grows higher than you could possibly build a stone wall.
Yeah.
Right. They're
That I
looking for the
understand,
extra 8
but a
feet of
combination of both.
blockage.
Oh, Harold, good point.
Okay.
Bring it to a vote.
Guys, are you guys ready to vote?
Yep.
Okay, I'll just call out the order. Brian,
Yes.
Harold,
Yes.
Jane,
No.
Faith,
Yes.
Terry.
Yes.
That passes 4-1. I'm back in full. Thanks, Faith. It was a long one. I'm good. Sorry.
Thanks, Faith.
Hi, Faith.
Number 375 Old South Road. The Milligans, Tanner White, they want to construct a chimney. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Ryan moves.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Jane seconds.
Thank you, Jane. And discussion?
It's so minor.
Yeah, it's a more than reasonable request. I vote yes.
I didn't even call for a vote, but Brian votes yes. Harold,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
I say yes. Okay. Number 4, 536 Post Road, McDonald's Trust Corporation. They want to do the second drive-through, so they need a parking adjustment. Entertain a motion to approve.
Brian moves.
Who moved?
Terry.
Brian.
Terry moved. Brian, do you second?
Oh, Terry, I second.
All right, discussion.
I
My
think
stomach says
yeah,
yes.
they're reducing parking spaces, but they're not reducing seats inside. So I think that's a deficit, and I don't buy the hardship. And it may not always be McDonald's. You don't know who else might move in there. Think about that.
The seating in the restaurant is significantly underused for someone who eats there way too freaking often. The place is always empty.
But it may not
The
always be
drive-through is a significant problem.
But it may not always be McDonald's. There are other fast food and, you know, other vendors who've been looking and sniffing around Fairfield that you never know. They may end up in there.
This is Harold. For clarifications, the second drive-through, would that have a second ordering location?
Yes.
It would.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with that McDonald's is that when it gets busy and cars are going through the drive-through, the traffic can extend into the post road. And that is a traffic issue. And if traffic, whatever the department is that looks at traffic in Fairfield, if they've looked at this and if they're not objecting to a second drive-through, I think it's a boon, it's a plus, because it reduces the traffic that it would extend into Route 1. And that's a very busy intersection with people coming around the circle and trying to get over to the left. So I think that it does make sense to, from a traffic standpoint, to offer the ability for more cars to enter to place orders as they drive through, because I don't think that too many people go there to sit and eat.
But think about, that means twice as many cars are trying to leave at this, you know, one after the other. So there's going to be a backup in the lot of, because, you know, the same number of cars are going down up and down the street.
Not necessarily. Like I said, you way too much fast food.
Only one pickup.
It's one car departure.
Right. But that means twice as many cars are trying to get out the same exit. So you don't think that's going to back up things in the parking lot?
It's mitigated by the fact that there's still only one food delivery window, so you're still only exiting one vehicle in virtually the same period of time where the restaurant picks up efficiency in ordering. It's not, there aren't two delivery windows. There's still only one.
I still think because they're not taking away seats inside, and this is not always going to be a McDonald's, that you don't know who's going to end up in there next. And before you know it, there's not enough parking for the people who want to sit inside in a future popular.
Even if it's Chick-fil-A, it'll be a takeout.
I didn't say it. You
That
said
restaurant's
it.
been there since the 60s, just for the record.
Yeah.
All right, we can bring it to a vote. Brian?
Yes.
Harold?
Yes.
Jane?
No.
Terry?
Yes.
I say yes. That has been granted. Number 5, 116 Sherman Street. Pretty Fallon presented this. This is for MTM Sherman Street LLC, a law firm. They want to do a 3-story mixed-use building. Entertain a motion to approve.
Brian moves.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Terry. Discussion.
I think council made logical and cogent arguments. I think the building itself is going to be a significant improvement, and it works.
Agreed.
I disagree because Attorney Fallon made much about the fact that it's this particular law firm's building. But again, the next tenant may may need more, you know, as much parking as they should have on that spot. And since they're tearing the building that's there down, they're starting with a clean slate. I maintain that they're creating their own hardship by designing a building that's of a square footage that requires the number of spaces. If they reduce the size of the building, we wouldn't be here. They can solve their own hardship.
This is Harold. Chairman, may I ask, is this zone for multi-use?
Yes. Yes, CDD. Yeah.
Okay. And it appears from the drawings that, or the architectural plan, that the building seems to be consistent with some of the other more modern buildings that are on the street, as opposed to the more residential type of housing that is there right now. So it is keeping with the modernization of Sherman Street.
I don't think there's any objection to the style of I don't have any objection to the style of the building. I think it's quite handsome, but it doesn't need to be as big as it is. If it was, they're starting from nothing. So if it was smaller, then you could give them as many spaces as required. I think they're creating their own hardship.
Well, this is Harold. Clearly, they want to have some income property, and that's why they're going to have the two apartments.
Yeah, but I'm saying
Which
everything could be smaller.
I don't know that the one parking spot per apartment is adequate. I have an issue with that.
That's what's legally required.
That's all that's required, Harold.
Yeah.
That's all that's required. Well,
Because it's mixed use. If it was all residential, then no, but mixed use
Right.
because the mixed business is not there at night when the residents are parking.
So they're only providing
thank
like 70% of what they're required, just because they've designed a building that's the size that it is.
All right, well, let's bring it to a vote. Brian?
Yep.
Harold?
yes.
Jane?
No?
Terry?
Yes.
I say yes. Number 6, 249 Palmetto. Attorney Kubik presented this. It's for Skinner, Palmberry. They want to construct a one-story addition over existing patio. Entertain a motion to approve.
Ryan moves.
Is there a second?
Jane seconds.
Harold?
Thank you. Jane got you, Harold.
Eh,
She did, yes.
All right, discussion.
I think this is a reasonable request. I think we should go ahead and approve it.
reasonable. Their hardship is that the building faces south. How is that a hardship?
I don't think they're making an unbearable request to cover their patio.
But
They're not building a much bigger box. They're simply
what
covering a
happens
patio
is-
to make space usable.
Well, what happens is when you build a screen-in porch, that's adding 10% over what they're permitted in FAR. Once you have a screen-in porch, they can enclose it. So now you have the house is bigger. And there's no hardship. Having sunshine in your backyard is not a hardship. I live on the river. I have mosquitoes. It's not a hardship. You deal with it. It's life in Fairfield. There's no hardship.
I think also the hardship may be due to the optimal use of the property.
No. Plant a tree. Get umbrellas.
Well, that does not
cover the bluestone.
mosquitoes out.
Believe me, there's no more mosquitoes there than there are anywhere in Fairfield.
I think it's nice to have a porch.
Yeah, but why? But there's no hardship that should give them an FAR that's 10% over than what they're permitted.
All right, well, let's bring it to a vote. Brian?
Yep.
Harold?
I say yes.
Jane?
No.
Terry?
Yes.
I say yes. That passes. Number 257 Reef Road, that has been withdrawn. Number 8, 288 Roland Road. Attorney Russo presented this. It's for Schultz Risa. And this is to construct a rear deck and 2-story addition. Entertain a motion to approve.
Ryan moves.
Thank you, Brian. Second?
Terry, second.
Thank you, Terry. Okay, discussion?
I have a lot to say.
Okay.
There's an attic floor up there that they're just kind of pretending isn't there. It's as tall as the house that's next to it. There is a usable attic space that they're just pretending is, you know, for future, who knows what, but you don't put 4 dormers and windows up on an attic unless you're planning on accessing that space. So,
That's why we have
and-
zoning enforcement.
right, but then why do you need to build that space to, now they're asking for 48%. So that's 20% over the FAR that's permitted on that property. When they really.
was 8%.
8% is, from 40 to 48% is a 20% increase of what you permitted. Arithmetic.
Yeah, every once in a while they miss that stuff.
Yeah. And
School in
you
New
know,
Haven.
they want to replace a 2-car garage, and now they're building a 2-car garage plus a second floor with 2 offices plus a 3rd floor for who knows what. And you can't back out of that garage. The size of that garage and the driveway behind it. I just checked all the, you know, radiuses that are standard. You can't get a car in and out of that garage.
This is Howard.
Designed,
I
I've
think
designed
that-
garages.
I think it's also being overbuilt, and I think there's a somewhat disingenuousness regarding the petition, because I don't have it in front of me, but I think that it mentioned a deck and some improvements only that was submitted for neighbor signatures. And it did not go into the full extent to discuss or go into mentioning the fact that there would be a significant rebuilding going on here. It only mentioned the deck, as I recall, from the petition.
The proposed building is
So I
as
think
big
it
as
was
the
somewhat
house.
disingenuous.
All right. Jane, did you have something further?
Just, this is sort of a general thing when I hear hardship talking about we need home offices. That's not a hardship. Doesn't qualify as a hardship in general.
No, this one, what would qualify as the undersized lot, the pre-existing non-conforming undersized lot.
Right.
All right, let's bring it to a vote. Brian?
Yeah.
Harold?
No.
Jane?
No.
Terry?
Yes.
I say yes, 3-2. Harold Jane voted against that motion. That application's been denied. Number 9, 1555 Fairfield Beach Road has been continued. Number 10, 610 Riverside Drive. Mr. Parko presented this. He wants to construct 2 shed-style dormers. Entertain a motion to approve.
Brian moves.
Thank you, Brian. Second.
Jane seconds.
Thank you, Jane. And discussion?
I think it's just reasonable. They're not increasing the footprint. It's, it's within.
They're not-
I think you
they're
got
not
some hardship
increasing
here,
the
Jane.
FAR. Yeah, there's no FAR problem.
Yeah.
Neighbors in support.
Yeah, and they're
And he was done in 30 seconds.
they're 3,000 square feet below what they need, so
Mhm.
but that doesn't, but that just makes it a lot smaller. But it's where it was installed. So bring it to a vote, Brian.
Yeah.
Harold,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Terry.
Yes.
I say yes. Number 11, 117 Churchill Street. Hughes, Attorney Fallon, presented this. It's to reconstruct an existing 3-family dwelling due to fire. Entertain a motion to approve.
Brian moves.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Terry. Terry got you, Harold. You got to move faster. Sorry.
Boy, it's like Jeopardy.
Yep.
We move fast here, Harold.
All right, discussion.
I think the fact that they're replacing a pre-existing legally protected structure, and the only increase was that stairwell. I think it's reasonable.
Some of those old staircases are dangerous. So.
Yeah.
All
I got
right.
2 scars on my head to prove it.
All right, let's bring it to a vote. Brian,
Yeah.
Harold,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Terry.
Yes.
I say yes. Number 12, 54 Kenwood Avenue. Ms. Collins presented the application. It's to construct 2nd floor addition with attic over existing, basically making cape into a colonial. Entertain a motion to approve.
Brian moves.
Is there a second?
Jane seconds.
Harold,
Thank you.
got me
Sorry.
again.
Again, similar, I mean, their required property is, above what they need, but they're still within the lot coverage in FAR to put this in. And so the house is being put where it was and just expanding it. So I don't have a problem with
Yes.
that. Brian,
Yes.
Harold,
Yes.
Jane,
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
I say yes. Okay, the last one. 221 Fairview Avenue. Chambers, Mr. Rogers presented this. It's to construct second-story one-car garage attached to dwelling with second floor. Entertain a motion to approve.
Brian moves.
Thank you.
Harold seconds.
There you go, Harold.
Atta boy.
Okay, let's have a discussion.
I'm getting the hang of it.
Yep. I mean, the issues that we have that support, some variants are the lot size is 5,000 instead of, 5131 instead of 9375. Corner lot, we always have problems with that. I guess we just have to address the comments in opposition. There are a few neighbors that didn't want it this big. They think it's a little too big. He did come back and reduced some of the prior requests, which was always good. But we're still at FAR of 48 and lot coverage at 31.9.
Without referencing preference, I'd simply say that if you look around the neighborhood, there are significant dwellings in that neighborhood. And I would not say that this house meets that. And I don't think it's going to exceed the ones in the neighborhood. I think it would keep with what the trend is.
I think the next door neighbor who's most affected by this made a good point, a good design point, which is if you simply put the office at the ground floor between the garage and the house and slide over the master bedroom, that means the garage would only be 1 story. And I think that would be totally reasonable to have so close to her property. I think what she's mostly objecting to is this big 2-story, and there's no windows on that whole facade that's overlooking her property. So I think that the design, the family could get the exact same rooms, just rearrange them, and everybody would be a lot happier. Especially the neighbor who's directly affected by this.
This is Harold. I don't agree that a neighbor should be designing a homeowner's home for them and making recommendations or even suggestions as to how the layout should be. The fact that it's not going to have windows facing the neighbor's house is a plus for the neighbor, I think. And it's not unusual for a homeowner to build out over their garage. So I don't, if we're comfortable with the additional coverage, then I think that, and if it meets building codes and they can get a building permit and CO and all that good stuff, that they should be denied the ability to design their home the way they want to live in it.
Well, here's another case where the FAR is 20% larger than what's permitted on that property. And FAR is about a proportion of a building to a site. And the fact that it's, this lot is not sized big enough for the zone doesn't matter, because it's still about the proportion of the building to the site. And 48% is 20% bigger than this house should be.
Right.
My
And
concern is the
my
size.
experience on the BAA, I understand those proportions, but the homeowner did point out other properties in the area where it did exceed that number, and that they felt that they were within that range.
We don't look at other properties. I mean, we are reviewing this on its own merits.
Yeah, we don't, there's no
Yeah.
precedent, Harold.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for the clarification. Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
it would screw us up because someone would get some variance from 1965 and use it against us.
I
And who knows
understand.
what they were doing in 1965?
And you know, we are responsible for the streetscape. You know, that's part of our job, is not just looking at the individual properties. You know, what we decide upon affects the entire landscape and the streetscape.
Well,
I
have to,
can I add
I have
one
to
thing?
say, oh, go ahead, Terry.
I'm sorry, Kevin, but you know, I know this neighborhood well. I've been selling houses for 37 years. You know, I'm going to agree with Jane. It's big for that corner lot.
All right, I was going to say, you know, corner lots, they get some forgiveness, undersized, they get some forgiveness, but it's still just a little too big in my opinion.
I think we give forgiveness for setbacks, but not FAR necessarily just because it's a corner lot. I don't think it has to do with the corner lot.
They're looking for setbacks.
Right, but I'm just saying, but moreover is the FAR being so.
Well, and that goes to the amount of the lot.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
proportion.
So I said corner and the size of the lots,
Okay,
undersized
so
lot.
we agree.
Yeah. We agree that it's still a little too big, but I think they're entitled to a variance. So, all right, bring it to a vote. Brian?
Yes.
Harold?
Yes.
Jane?
No.
Terry?
No.
I say no. 3-2 against. That has been denied. Thank you so much, board members. Thank you, staff. Leave. It's 8:20. Get some dinner. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks,
and I-
Kevin.